Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is I, your host, D.H. Thorne, with your co-host, the Flesh Priest, and our very special guest, Mr. Adam Knox of the Cult of You, who's going to be joining us tonight. Hopefully my sound check girl will give me a giant thumbs up. Hopefully everything's working. But let's see what she says. Fleshy, say hi so we can get that sound check going.
Hello, everybody.
You can say
nice
hello.
to be here with you every week, as always.
All right, cool. So we'll know in a moment if everything's working. Adam, pleasure to have you. It's really early for Adam. It's about 4 in the morning. So where he is, he's actually in South Africa right now. So he's like completely like about as far away as he can get.
You're
so
a champion.
We're glad to have him. Yeah, he's a champion.
Living the caffeine
Say
life.
hi to everybody, Adam. Caffeine life.
Yes. This is the religion that I'm worshiping this morning. It's the ode to coffee.
The ode to coffee.
I'm right there with you because that's what I always have to do. I don't know how DH does this as late as he does because it's 10 o'clock for you right now. It's only 7 p.m. for me, and I still need
Feels like 7 for me.
Yeah, I still need a cup or two just to get through.
I'm gonna be up till about. I've been steadily going to bed a little earlier every night, but I'm still probably gonna be up till about 4 in the morning right now.
Oh man.
Because I've got to get ready to go back to my day shift next month. Not even next month. Week after this weekend. So I'm helping out at the family nursery for weekends. Get some of that little side hustle going, but also to help them out because they're hurting for help. So I figured, what the hell.
Oh.
If I'm not lifting trees, if I'm just making sales, no problem. Behemoth X is in the audience. What's up, Behemoth X? Hello, friends. Hello, Scarlet. Hello, Scarlet as well. Hello, Scarlet. Hellspine says, I charge him $100 a week for these streams. You're actually late by several weeks, dude. Could someone please nuke him? I'm kidding. He's mostly kidding too. What's up, Hellspine? Eddie Romanov, what's up, brother? It's good to see you as well. Wyatt Coverdale, the Grin Reaper. He's grinning as usual. Raul Fernandez. Rowdy Craven. That's an interesting name. I don't think I've seen you before. Angry Finger, I've seen. El the Alchemist, brother. Hey, and you just popped us a super. Read that for us, Fleshy.
Oh shit, it didn't even pop up for... Oh, there it is. It was a little delayed.
There it is.
El the Alchemist says, I'll watch this tomorrow. I appreciate you both, and Adam's podcast with you was great. Have a great one, fellas. Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Love you,
Thank
dude.
you, man.
We do have to get L back on the show at some point. In fact, here, let me put this over
Yeah,
here
when
so you guys
when
can
his
actually
work
see.
isn't going crazy.
Adam, because you probably can't see the chat otherwise, so let me do this.
Nice.
But
So you should be able to at least see the stuff scrolling up a little bit, because you should be seeing my screen. So
speaking
I've
of
got you.
Adam,
There we go.
I know this is like always the most awful question, but for those in the audience who don't know who you are, how would you introduce yourself?
Oh God.
Or DH, how would you introduce him?
oh God.
I'm accepting of this title. Thank you very much. Yes, of course.
I like what Eddie said when we put that kind of question. He says, I am skeptical of any group that would have me as a member.
I think that's
so
wise.
that's probably the best. That's the right. That's the thing. So Adam, what I do know of you is that, especially where you are, I mean, you deal with a lot of superstitious fear where you live. People who are afraid of what you do. So in a way, you're actually hanging it out there a lot way more than we are. Like where we are in the States, people practically will come up and hand you money, be like, "Oh, really? You're a Satanist? That's cool. That's different." Nobody gives you a hard time. I'm not sure you'd call yourself a Satanist, but you know what I'm saying. You know, you're edgy and weird and different, and you're in a protected class all of a sudden. But where you are, you're really you're kind of dangling it out there for everybody to potentially take advantage of. But you're also interested in, you know, one of the things that you push a lot. I wouldn't say push a lot, excuse me, but one of the things that you talk about a lot is what I would call integrating the shadow of sexuality. Like that seems to be how I define it. You're not afraid of sexuality, various, we'll call it kinks and things people should be okay with expressing in their life, especially as responsible adults. So, but there's a lot more to you than that even. So take us on a tour of what Adam does and why you're getting into this community, why you're trying to make it a career for yourself. What is it about this that you're trying to do?
Well, I think, like, firstly, the career part's almost like a reluctant thing. Like, for a long time, I used to teach and do that whole John Edwards on stage public clairvoyance thing when I was in my younger years. But I was a split off that. I was teaching, and then I kind of learned the tricks, and I made it work for myself. And instead of continuing teaching, I opened some nightclubs, I built some businesses, and I created a lifestyle that, most people would consider extremely controversial, especially by standards here in South Africa. And but through that, which initially kind of just was naughty attention to live a taboo lifestyle, I kind of found a bit of shadow healing inside of that. I learned, excess does lead to the palace of wisdom. And in that sense, as I started exploring sexuality, exploring its relationship with clairvoyance and spirituality, that I unlocked something in my magical system, in my personal development system. And I kind of taught privately in my covens, in my groups for years. And a friend of mine kind of said, you know what, you really got to start sharing this stuff publicly, because a lot of the stuff that's out there, especially here in this country, is just ridiculous. There's just so much superstition, as you mentioned here. And then there's witch hunts, basically. There's literally cases of people being killed and burned alive still because, they were accused in the neighborhood of practicing witchcraft and things like that. And also then there's this hallucinatory superstition again, where people believe almost anything that they've seen in Hollywood, and there's a big scam group of artists in this country which will sell you the Illuminati and every other thing, from making your penis 50 times bigger for a price to who knows what other rubbish. And being someone that in this country that traveled and got initiated in different orders, and then also approached it from a scientific point of view, studied the neuroscience, studied the background, but also had the initiations. When I started sharing the ideas, they were a bit more grounded. And one of the big areas that I noticed in our country was there was this almost unconscious manifestation or repressed sexual psyche, due to the extreme orthodoxy in this country. And a lot of people were starting to explore sexuality almost as a gateway into spirituality. Tantra grew and really expanded here, and there were a couple of initiatory systems. There was the OTO for a little bit, and people kind of entered and then kind of exited and kind of closed down because they were curious about that, sexual unconscious. But there wasn't, beyond the kink, there was nothing that had true spiritual merit. So I initially started a project kind of teaching this and demonstrating these initial ideas and kind of getting rid of the false perceptions around this and trying to get things back into place. I literally had brain control interfaces mapping brain waves to show the difference when you're moving sexual energy in your body and you're avoiding orgasm and you're practicing meditative techniques. So there was some data for people to kind of map against and test against. But then I realized, if I'm going to share this more, because more people got interested. Not everyone was interested just in the sexuality aspect. And I also realized that was a bit advanced, for many people. There needed to be a better grounding. Some people just literally lacked the psychology. They had these Hollywood perceptions of the craft and of the path. And it needed to have something together. There's so many communities here in SA and all in Africa. From traditional healers to spiritualists to theosophical groups to magical communities, and they need to have a voice. They need to have a place to kind of come together and speak openly about each other's practice and each other's path, and get the support that they need. Because I think there was a psychic issue because of the repressed religious mindsets that make people have this false perception of Lucifer and of Satan and of the demons, as well as even of the angelic archetypes, that leads to mental imbalances. And it became more of an important thing for me to kind of help those people and eliminate those false ideas and give them a solid foundation by which they make up their own minds, follow their own practices. And it's out of this that, the Cult of You was born. Because it was this frame of everything's a cult these days. Businesses are cults, religions are cults. If you're going to follow a cult, that might as well be you. You may as well be the cult and discover yourself as the god and yourself as the potential maps. And it became important for me as well to start speaking to other experienced occultists and bring those voices to the community here and make them realize what these people are actually saying. Again, that was why I think our conversation recently, DH, was so important, because it gave people this perspective that it's not just, some supernatural hoo-ha. I'm not going to make a deal with the devil kind of thing for my soul, and then I'm going to wake up the next morning, all my fantasies are fulfilled. But there's deeper dimensions, and it's kind of it's not the fringe. It is the fringe of certain degrees of personal development, but it's not a get rich quick scheme. It's a personal transformative journey and process that's really the next level in personal development in many ways. But to kind of learn to communicate that in congruent ways, but also offer people a varied level of understanding, and give them practical use for this stuff. Show them, how does the spiritual and the magical path relate to your psychic development, your emotional and your, sexual and spiritual development. So even my frame on sexuality is less about kink and more about a mindset that links the elemental dimensions of our own nature to the old Freudian king, warrior, magician, lover archetypes, and then sees this alchemical process of maturing that and maturing our sexual identity so that we resolve the duality inside of ourselves and achieve personal internal psychic harmony, by which we can then develop harmony in the environment and in our world and our relationships. So that's rough ballpark summary. Obviously there's more kinky dimensions and more mundane.
There's a lot going on. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to unpack there, like we said in my stream, and one of the reasons why I was glad to do that with you was partially why I'm glad to do this. Is one of the things that I feel like my calling is to do is, when I say the word rationalize, there's a little bit of a dirty version of that word where like you rationalize something that's not real. I think we have spent so much time, as Tatum said, allowing pop culture tell us what magic is. And there's a lot of truth hidden in pop culture. That is to say, all of these fantasy movies, they tell us these little secrets in magic, and then they wrap them in the fantastical impossibility. You have a movie like The Last Unicorn where one of the wizards says, "Magic, do as you will," and he's actually 100% right. If you've never watched the movie, you should.
You should.
But then it turns into you can fly because of it, and it takes it into this territory that is superstitious and unreal. And without getting too hair-splitty about the concept of Maya and what's real and what's not, it's always better to start with what you know. It's always better if you're a new practitioner, instead of reaching for the most fantastical, impossible thing ever, try to do things that are rational first and work your way. Eventually you will break the paradigm and you'll go, oh, I can do a lot of weird things, I think. I'm having this experience, and then it'll flip itself on its head again, and you'll transcend this delusion, is what I'm getting at, and that's part of the process. But it's funny, I mean, you talk about Africa and South Africa, and Africa is a huge continent, for most people know that, and there's a lot of different cultures going on all over the place. Like, there's not just Africa culture, there's just all these different communities, tribes, cultures, countries, etc. So it's kind of like, don't lump all of America in one thing. There's a lot of states and a lot of different cultures here. But we do get, especially on Facebook, a metric fuck ton of people who are, for lack of a better word, they're scam artists, and they may be valid practitioners in their community, but they're clearly scam artists, and they're just looking for the sweet American dollar, and so they will offer their services all over the place, and they'll join the Illuminati here, join the Illuminati there, this cult, that cult, and it just becomes, to most people here, it's a joke, because it's like, who falls for this? But people must fall for it because they're doing it, and it must work. But there is a perception about people like you, me, E.A. Coetting, pretty much everybody. Anybody who dares to sit in front of a camera and do what we do, there's this perception that we're here to make money. And I want to confirm that suspicion. I am here to make money. But I'm not here to make money at your expense. That is to say, I'm not here to cheat you. I'm not here to lie to anybody. I'm not here to take advantage of your superstition. I would actually prefer if people walk away from this going, why am I spending money on this crap? And if you want to spend money, it's because you like my work and you just want to help out. It's not because somehow spending money is going to get you your dreams come true like that. I'm never going to be that guy. Buy my stuff and my magic will save your life. I'm going to tell you the exact opposite. It doesn't work that way. So I guess I get a pass compared to a lot of people, because I'm not here to do that. I want you to find your own power, and I hope to be an example of that. Just like, the Christians don't get everything wrong. This has been part of my message too. As much as I criticize Christianity as a religion, and even as a faith and whatever, there's elements of truth in there. What is it that Christians tell you to do is to bear witness to the supernatural, to give it up to God and then give it credit. Part of my work is to be honest and sincere about the ups and the downs, the successes and the failures, not to sugarcoat. I mean, I'm going to put a good spin on things as much as I can. Nobody wants to look like an idiot, but I'm going to try to give you the most sincere incarnation of what it's like to be a legit practitioner, so that most people can say, like, okay, aside from the really pretty background he's got going on, what about him really separates me from what he's doing? If someone's just using basic stuff and it looks good and it's working for them, they should take solace in that. And I want them to recognize that the idea of power is an illusion, but it's an illusion worth pursuing, because only in pursuing that illusion do you recognize the illusion. Then when you've dissolved and disintegrated the illusion, the true power of wisdom happens. The power of Wu Wei, of letting go and letting everything be. Magic, do as you will, and then allowing yourself to align to that current rather than trying to force reality to your will. There's things going on in the community right now, which I don't want to bring up any more than to say that there's drama going on. And people are thinking about cursing this person and thinking about cursing that person, or protecting themselves from curses that are already flying. And part of me wants to say, don't worry about it. You can't fix it. Don't try to save everybody. Don't try to solve everybody's problems. Recognize where the lesson is. And when I say lesson, I don't mean a moralistic lesson. I'm not saying God's trying to teach you to be a better person. I'm trying to say, where do you grow out of this? If someone's a scam artist in the community, if your goal is to destroy them and ruin their industry for them, okay, that's cool. That's a cool challenge for yourself. But what do you gain out of it? If it's all about what you're gaining out of it, then be sincere about it. I want to destroy them because of this reason. I don't like that they're making money and I'm not.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just a better scam artist than you are.
But own your authenticity.
And I say that, and you need to have that sincerity. And one of the things I do want to talk to you about is NLP, because I've been told I'm good at it without knowing anything about it. So I'll have to talk about that. I like NLP. I like that study. But generally speaking, these people get upset. What do we like least in others? It's what we're afraid of in ourselves.
Yeah.
So if I'm triggered by, that doesn't mean you have a lot of it. It just means if you were doing it, you'd really hate yourself for it, and you're capable of it. If I see someone that I really don't like, that they're a scam artist, and I go, well, what about that about me makes me feel insecure? Why do I feel so insecure about someone being a scam artist? If they're a scam artist, then they're a scam artist. And if they're good at it, then the people that are falling for it, they're not people I'm trying to talk to. I'm not trying to uplift the stupid people. I see it as a crucible. The people that are worthy of real wisdom will find it, whether that's me, which it may not be. Maybe I'm an idiot. Or maybe there's someone who's really wise that they're supposed to find because of this. Maybe they're supposed to get burned by a scam artist and get wisdom that way. So I'm not here to judge any of this process. I only don't like it when people try to shut each other down, when they try to shut me down, when they try to... All of this to me should be sacred, especially if it's sincere. If your practices are sincere, even if I disagree with it, and as long as you're not hurting non-consenting innocents, I don't have a problem with anything people do. Not my problem.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Flesh, what do you think? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
I don't know how to follow that. I'm a little intimidated right now. Both of you are so well spoken, and I'm just a guy who fucking sniffs termite turds for a living.
I mean, you pretty much bring out the termite turd sniffing side of me, so don't feel too bad, man. It's cool. No.
I just hope you're crushing them beforehand, properly.
Oh yeah,
he does.
They get ran through the table saw. They're dead by the time they reach my body.
Yeah.
But DH, you mentioned something that I think is it's important and it's often overlooked. So there's a paradigm that I kind of subscribe to, and that's that 3-tier initiation level. And it's the first one is almost like a planetary awareness stage. And the second one to me is then a shadow side, and then the final one is almost like the divine side, and then the merger, the abraxas of them both, if you will, so to speak. And to me, that initial stage of our development in the path starts off with us becoming aware of the interplay of the planetary dimensions in the world. And the 6 planets, excluding the seventh one again kind of being the sun, can be very easily linked to the typical archetypical idea of the 6 human needs. Significance, certainty, uncertainty, contribution, connection, and growth. And again, these are underlining human behavioral science, and people like Tony Robbins and other in that NLP frame really talk a lot about this. And I think if you're still deeply driven by these things, you're already unconscious as an individual. You're being ridden by the spirit, and you're not in charge of what's going on in your life. So if you want to be practicing these arts, if you're doing what you're doing just because you need the significance, you need that, affirmation, that validation, then you're a victim in your own kingdom. You're not a ruler within your own kingdom. And you need to look inside and say, what am I missing? What am I disconnecting? And that's why I think a lot of people are kind of seeing it and chasing it outside themselves. They want to demonstrate that they're more significant than someone else. They want to, enforce and play a pattern that they're more aware of. And to me, these are the bases of ritual. If a trauma or an event happens now to us, and some of us go into a state of, possibility and creativity, where others go into a state of panic and I need a curse or I need to do this. What's the unconscious ritual that you are performing? What is the sequence of events that demonstrates the thing that you are a slave to? Because we're always talking about, like in the left-hand path of the slave god, but where not everyone seems to acknowledge the part of themselves that they're already enslaved to, and how we need to liberate ourselves from that. After all, if this path is about becoming God, then we need to stop being the janitor in our own kingdom, and the victim of these things, and starting to recognize, where am I a slave to? And I think that was, part of the original ideas of like the Order Triskelion and old classic 6 magical paradigms, the concept of the master and the devotee. It's how do you stop being the devotee or the slave to your own unconscious masters and harmonize them under the single master of purpose, and unite those elemental dimensions of yourself to start ruling. Because then I think is when you stop caring about what the others are doing and whether they're valuing you. Even I think Stephen Arcovy spoke about, those stages of development, codependence, independence, interdependence, and interdependence being that state again where you don't need others to agree with you. You don't, and you also don't need to kind of prove yourself against others the entire time. It's fine if they have a complete different thing. I kind of like what Ramtha used to say. He said that the first challenge about becoming God is to allow everyone else to be their own God and produce their own reality by their own rules.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because otherwise
this is also partially why curses are more challenging than people realize, because how can you curse something that's its own God, right? How do you curse another person who, if you truly respect this path of the left hand that says everything is God, you are God, you have a right to be your own divinity, how can you? It's not even a matter of morality or conscientiousness or anything nonsensical like that. How can you assume that you have authority over them to curse them if they are also a divine authority? So as you go around this mulberry bush, around and around and around, chasing your tail, who's got power over everybody, you end up with the same answer. The same thing that has power over you to want the curse is the same thing that would allow it. That is to say, you are not at the mercy of anything, but you are part of the same process that might make the curse work. That is to say, so cause and effect being one of those fake ideas. In other words, when I say fake ideas, is something we experience in the mortal dream, but it is not real. So we have this perspective of, I'm cursing them because they wronged me. Well, why did they wrong you? Where's the beginning of the equation? Where did it start, really? And if you go all the way back, it's an innocent equation. Nobody's to blame. They just acted in their best interest, just like you're doing. So when you curse them, who's right or wrong? There is no justice. There is no right. There is no wrong. Now, resisting the urge to curse could be wrong as well. Are you pent up and hold? Just like with sexual frustration, just like with sexual hang-ups. If you aren't free to hate and then send that energy out as negativity and an intent to do harm, If you're not free to do that on some level, where does that go if you can't let go of it? Now, me, I'm pretty good at letting go of it, so I don't have to curse many people. But some people have to. They've got to shunt that negativity somewhere because they haven't learned to turn it into other action. So sending it out as a curse, does that mean that the person's going to suffer? You know, my problem is this. When people set out to curse, and it's interesting we just turn on curses, even though it's not really what's on my mind. When people set out to curse, they go into it with this, I want the other person to have justice, or all of these highbrow ideas. What they really want is to put salve on their wounded ego and emotions.
Exactly.
They really, you know, why do you want to cause pain in your enemy? Generally, it's because you feel like your ego has been bruised, and your ego thinks that it's going to feel better with some kind of comeuppance. And sometimes it does feel good. There's no doubt about it. You know, when I was in high school and I finally had enough of my bully, well, you know what I mean? And I just go at it. But was that necessarily accomplishing anything? Did it actually make me feel better to hurt them, or what actually made me feel better? Well, nothing made me feel better. Nothing causes feelings. Feelings happen, and then we interpret a purpose behind it before that. And remote viewing says there is such a thing as right and wrong. I would love to debate you on that one, my friend. Right and wrong. What makes something right and what makes something wrong? Why is it wrong to harm people? Why is it wrong to harm people? That's a strange question. Is it wrong for a spider to eat a fly? Is it wrong for me to harm someone breaking into my home? Is it wrong for that person to break into my home because they're starving to death? Is it wrong for it's so silly. The right and wrong thing is it's played to death. The morality issue. Now, there is an ethical equation, remote viewing. And remote viewing, sexual predators, my friend, right and wrong is a human value. I'm not saying I'm okay with it. Just because I think it's not right or wrong doesn't mean I'm okay or not okay with it. I'm not saying that, you know, people will try to twist this around and say they will find the most taboo thing they can find. And then if you don't say it's bad or wrong, that means you support it. That's not what's being said at least by me. What is to be understood is that what makes something right or wrong is our relationship to it. There is no absolute right or wrong. If you say that it's absolutely right or wrong, you have to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in an objective way. All you can prove is that you're not okay with it. And you can validate why. I have an ethical system that says, I don't hurt innocent people. I won't be a sexual predator. I won't murder just because I feel like it's going to be fun. I don't do that stuff. Because I want to live in a world where I'm free of that kind of stuff. I don't want to live in a world where I got to worry about my kid being preyed upon. But that's not because it's ultimately objectively right or wrong. It's a personal desire. It's a preference for peace and something that feels like safety and security and comfort. That doesn't mean that the universe gives a shit. I hate to tell you this, and I probably got to be careful because it's YouTube and they might, who knows what they're going to say. As much as I am polarly aligned against sexually abusing children, the universe doesn't care. The universe doesn't care what happens to those children. When I say it doesn't care, that doesn't mean that it loves it. That just simply means that the universe is going to keep on turning the same way as it did before. The universe isn't going to align to destroy those people. In fact, those people tend to have too much power in this world, we would agree, I'm sure, right now. I'm sure we'd all agree on that. So, goodbye, remote viewing. I'm sorry you couldn't tolerate the different opinion. That tells me everything I need to know. Goodbye. He left. He couldn't handle the conversation, I guess. Disagreement doesn't settle with him.
I think there's so many dimensions to it. Again, like it's layers, and a person's going to kind of attach to the layer that they're the most closely identified to emotionally. And I think there's multiple tiers of that conversation. You know, I love Behemoth points out there in the chat, like, it's the law. You know, this is a damn good reason not to do it, because again, like, it's the social contract that we go into, and that's what communities are established around. You know, we kind of go in a pack socially, and we say these are the kind of rules of the game that we're going to play together, and we agree with that. You know, and there's that dimension. But that, again, like as you point out, that doesn't make it any moral at a fundamental level. There's that old idea of in spiritualist circles of, you know, Hitler went to heaven. And the frame there is simply that, even though a lot of people from one point of view said he was bad, a lot of other people from another point of view said he was necessary or good. I'm not picking any, I'm making a decision. I'm just giving an example there of it. But now let's take the negatives. Like take lust, as a great example. We talk about the 7 deadly sins, lust, pride, greed, envy, all of that. They can be negative. They can manifest in ways that are unhealthy for you and give, if you're just constantly like blowing your seed, you're literally losing vital energy. You're going to have a lowering of brain function to a certain degree. You're going to have a lowering of your neural activity because you're going to be linking pleasure to poor behavior instead of linking pleasure to challenging behavior the whole time. But now let's just say Johnny, our fictional character, is out in public and he sees a breathtakingly beautiful woman or man, whatever Johnny's into, and he goes, "Ooh, I want some of that." So he technically has a trigger of lust. Now, that's not actually lust. That's the sexual impulse kicking in. If Johnny doesn't act on it, if Johnny goes home and he privately keeps fantasizing, keeps making about it, that's now becoming lust in the negative. If instead he chooses to act on it, and he's open to the idea of learning. His frame about lust isn't one of he's wrong, he's bad, he's somehow flawed, but there's something deeper and more beautiful behind it. He fundamentally loves himself in a healthy way and not in a narcissistic way. He approaches, he gets rejected, and he goes, "I'm still here. There's still a reason I had this. Let me learn." And now he goes and works on himself and he improves his game and he gets more strategy and he realizes maybe he was awkward in his approach because he secretly judged himself or thought the other person. And he does the inner work that matches the desire. And he's actively engaged in that alchemy, allowing the negrito, allowing the burning down, the negative to actually destroy that part of his personality, his vehicle that is not functional and not aligning him with the desire. That's, to me, the work of the magician. That's what we go into the circle about as well. It's not just about, conjuring a spirit and getting kind of support. It's also about transmuting self at these fundamental levels and breaking the parts that don't work and reintegrating them in a better way that's more effective for our reality. And like, as you mentioned earlier, it's not about creating this alternative reality, but it's taking the reality you've got now, your current Malkuth, and rising that up the tree of your probabilities until you can integrate with these other dimensions of the self and have a more fluid state of flow, till eventually, Johnny's at another tier in his development where he gets this impulse and he knows what to do. He knows what to act on. He knows what to say. He's done the work on himself. He's now charismatic. He's now interesting. He's developed a vehicle, and that lust, that same thing that would have destroyed, someone else, he's taken and turned into something that's beautiful and functional in society. So again, like, it's that, the problem that I have with religious thinking of you're a sinner. Like, we all have a better understanding about what the concept of sin is and what all of that meant. But the traditional frame in most religions is that you're fundamentally flawed. You're fundamentally evil or bad or wrong. And because someone has this, there's almost this unconscious shadow that gets produced and manifested, because you're automatically going to do something bad. And that's why there needs to be laws and rules and things like that, because you have a group of people, that are functioning of narratives that see themselves as, messed up. And this is one of the things that I love about somebody that follows this path in a healthy way, where our quote unquote demonic archetypes and gods and, entities are empowering forces. I remember catching a stream of EA some time ago, and he was talking about Lucifer, and when he was experiencing Lucifer in his younger years, it was, destructive. And it was because he admitted in that time, because his perception of that dimension of himself was destructive. And it was only in later years where he matured, that perception of himself, where the manifestations of that started to refine. And again, like we mentioned this in, our chat as well, where, the concept of the Buddha, seeing Kali. The average person sees Kali as this destructive force, but, because he's purified his consciousness, he understands and experiences Kali as Ma Kali, the force that liberates the infinite probabilities of the consciousness of Shiva down into achievable actions, achievable points, that limitation of time and space that now gives rise to strategy, that now is the probability behind music and even martial arts. It sees the value of limitation. instead of just, the typical hippie freedom of, let me just, pop some LSD and have an infinite experience of consciousness. No, it's half of the equation, unless you're going to take those portions and you're going to mature them and integrate them. And that's that constant work of the Magi. It doesn't really mean much.
Sure. And there's so much more to it too. I think that even here when we're talking, there is this implication of better, best, and not so good. And the improper mentality is to think that there is an improper mentality or a better mentality or a better life or a worse life. David Morgan, I think that's his name. I always talk about him because he's really cool. Yeah, David Morgan. David Morgan gets a lot of this. And David Morgan says the universe most certainly cares, but justice certainly does not. The problem is people have a morality value system that is based usually upon a very egocentric perspective of what right and wrong means. And then they extrapolate that out to mean the universe must think the same thing. Mm. The non-dual perspective is that you are also that rapist. You are also that murderer. And the universe isn't sending them into hell. That universe is allowing them to experience and do those things. Because this idea that it cares about morality is a right-hand mentality. This does not mean that you and I are supposed to be okay with things that are destructive to our well-being. Now, I equate things like pedophilia as destructive to our well-being as a species because it does irreparable psychic damage to someone. But it also does that in part because it's a taboo. I'm not saying that if we got rid of the taboo, it would also then suddenly be okay. Mm. There is a point where you're going to go, is it okay for someone, a young child to, I don't know, witness people murdering each other? Even if it's not a super taboo, it's traumatic to their experience. It's not. But then I would also argue, what about your experience isn't traumatic when it's sudden and something you don't expect and so on? All I'm saying is that morality is a perspective that we have that is based upon the culture and our own selfish desire to experience life a certain way. If you're okay with admitting that that's what it is, you can still have your cake and eat it too. If I'm willing to admit that I don't like pedophilia because I wouldn't want my kid to suffer through it, not because I think there's a universal judgment against it, I can still prosecute that with the integration in my mind that, hey, you know what? I'm allowed to feel hate for this pedophile because it's not based on justice. If it's based on justice, I've got to justify the justice. And by justifying the justice, I have to do it by taking myself out of the equation. In other words, if right and wrong is justified, it should be right or wrong irregardless of what serves you. If it serves me to destroy a rapist, how is that justice if I am gleaning pleasure off of that fact? Justice is blind, right? Justice is impartial. It shouldn't have anything to do with what feels good to you. It's just like with love. If you truly love something, it doesn't matter whether they love you in return. It doesn't matter what they do. Your love is irrespective of the behavior that they have. Now, when you are the universal source and you recognize yourself in the spider and the fly, because that's what we're really talking about. It's just when it's a human predator preying on another human, we go, that's wrong, that you can't do that. Reality is that's what happens. You do this every day of the week. You cut somebody off in traffic, you're preying upon them. You undercut a business competitor with your product and you sell it for less. You're a predator. You assert that everybody has to give up all of their money and give it freely to everybody because you don't want to have to live in a world where people have to compete. Well, you're being a predator too. You're insisting that everybody agree with what you think is right. And so therefore you're going to do what? Punish them if they don't agree? Mm-hmm. On every level, there is this predator versus prey equation going on. That doesn't mean that we have to forgive or excuse certain examples of it. It is simply the objective nature of it being right or wrong can be problematic for anyone on the left hand, because anyone on the left hand who's being honest is capable of the shadow work of identifying within themselves the capability of doing things that others would consider unjust. Am I capable of doing the unthinkable? I don't know. I'll let you guys guess. I don't know what I'm capable of in that regard. This is YouTube. But what am I incapable of? What am I capable of and what am I incapable of? What is my shadow work on that level? What's my cliffothic side of that? What is my shadow work side? If I say that it's unnatural to do this, and then I find in nature tons of examples of animals doing this and not suffering for it, we have a problem automatically because it's found directly in nature. Let me give you an example. Take the bonobos, right? The bonobo monkeys. They're fucking everything. As soon as I'm not even sure if I look it up, I wonder if I would even find that bonobos care how old you are, right? Bonobos stick their penises in everything and everyone, and that's how they keep their tribe cohesive. It's not destructive for them. But does that mean that it's good for us? Well, no, because we have a culture, a society. We have a society. We live in a society. Is that how the meme goes? We live in a culture and a society in which this is unacceptable because we have a contract that says this is an innocent and we don't harm an innocent. And we see that as harm because, generally speaking, a child going into this doesn't know what they're getting into, number one. Number two, it requires aggressive behavior. You have to go after you have to convince them, you have to trick them, you have to, whatever it is, and you're abusing them. That is totally undeniable to me. But does that mean that the universe says it's abuse? Does that mean that the universe has a scale which is going to judge them? Does that mean that there's a God going to put them in hell? You may not like to hear it, and it may get me in trouble in the wrong circles. Because they're going to say, I'm advocating it, which I am not doing. I don't know how many times I have to say it. I am not advocating this stuff. All I'm doing is suggesting that you look inside yourself and ask where this sense of you're going to hell for it, it's coming from. Where is that coming from? You can still fight against it. I do. You know, I still cheer when a pedophile gets thrown in prison. I want the Epstein case to fucking land all these people in every jail everywhere. I want them torn apart on public television because I want the pleasure of seeing that. But does that mean that it is objectively just? Yeah, no. Justice, just like evil and good, are judgment calls we make in a perspective with ourselves. And then we extrapolate that outside of ourselves. So it kind of sounds like I'm preaching moral relativism, and in a way I am, because I don't think morality is real. I think morality is a judgment. We live in an age where morality has been flipped on its head. We live in an age where the things that were sins 20 years ago are now perfectly normal, and to speak out against them are sins. We live in an age where morality, we have a new set of morality. We have neo-puritanical people who, if you say even the slightest wrong thing, they want you canceled. We live in a very strange time, and it's never been any different. It's just the side that is now moral has been flipped in a lot of cases. And there's people trying to push for things that we don't like to be just and okay. Will I ever be okay with it? No, I'm not going to be okay with those things. It's how I'm wired. But does that mean it's objectively right or wrong? Nah, I can't say that. You know, when in Rome, right? Or, I have like the Star Trek philosophy of if I visit an alien species and their way of life is different from mine, I try not to judge it because it's not my way of life, and it's that simple, it really is that simple.
Was that the Star Trek approach? I thought the Star Trek approach to alien life was, well...
The Prime Directive. That's that. People blame that on Kirk, but that was actually McCoy. If you ever watch Star Trek, the old series more, you'll see McCoy was always the one with 2 or 3 chicks at a time, and Kirk had like 1 or 2 love interests in the whole thing. They always put it on Kirk, but it really wasn't him.
I'm a TNG guy, so for me it was Riker all the time. But on that topic, actually, that's this segue. We actually had
People are tuning in. You hear Thorne saying things that are completely wrong? Oh my God, let's get him. No, I'm kidding. We had to boot out 2 people from the chat because one guy was being a twerp about redacted messages. And I don't know. But yeah, go ahead, Fleshy.
We had a question from Hellspine earlier, Adam. He says, what is your perspective on the I stumble over this word every time I read it. Cliffothic approach to sexual liberation, if you have one. Either way, I love the subject matter. Very interesting and powerful.
Yeah, that's something that can open quite a extensive, subjects, a set of subjects that we can kind of dive into. One of the things for me, when you're exploring sexuality in a magical sense, there's the first kind of like the tool sets where I'm kind of just unlocking the power. I think from a Cliffothic point of view, it's essential because, or here's a better frame. It's one that Thomas Carlson still shared with me when I was working with him initially. And it's, if you look at the zodiac, and we see the zodiac very much describing the rational realm of the gods, so the modern and the new gods. It's that ordered structure world of light in the current world, where the Cliffothic and even the Goethic is very much the unconscious domain, the realm of dark matter and dark energy, if we want to call it that. But it's even all the repressed dimensions of the collective psyche. That's just one component of the frame. So if I start exploring sexuality and I do there's this two-tier balance. There's the tantric dimension of my development, so to speak, which is very inclusive and very aware, but for the most of it, the way many people practice today is very much light-based. It's very much soft and sensual and energy and chakras and stuff like that. And the kind of carnal BDSM dimension, which is one that opens us more to the Cliffothic, dimensions of that, is that repressed component of the psyche. And, like we talked about, the pedophile and, all these would be, in my opinion, the unhealthy manifestation of various of those Cliffothic dimensions that is immature.
Absolutely.
And again, like,
to interrupt for a second, when people practice pedophilia, is it really because they find children attractive? I know this is going to be, I'll never be able to monetize this video. Why do they really do it? It's not because they're looking at that and going, ooh, that's hot. They may feel sexually aroused, but there's usually something psychological and shadow oriented going on. And it's usually not why people think it is. They're not simply a pervert. In fact, it's worse. It's actually worse than they're just a pervert. It's that there is something deeper that they're not. Maybe they were abused as a child. Maybe they were repressed as a child. Maybe they have a sexual hang-up that's how it manifests in this way.
Yeah,
right? So if we were more like what you're saying with sexual repression and but seeing taboos as really destructing them as much as we can, with less taboo, there can be less harmful expressions of those taboos. That is to say, somebody has a kink where they like being choked or something, right? And somebody has a kink where they like to do it to somebody. Those are kinks. Are they good or bad? Objectively, I've got no opinion, right? But if we live in a society where that's always wrong, then those people become demonized. What do? That evil, so to speak, because it's not really evil, that evil goes underground where it can no longer be properly integrated into the individual. They have to repress it and then act on it anyway, because they're probably somebody's gonna. And in so doing, it now becomes destructive. The problem is when we look at the world without compassion. And I'm not, as someone on the left hand, people think someone on the left hand shouldn't have compassion. I actually have a lot of compassion. When I look at the world, my compassion, though, isn't that says we have to fix it. My compassion is to say, that's me. I know that predator and that innocent person and all of that is me, right? So if I'm looking at that and I want to help it, what is my reason for helping it? If I'm not being honest about that, I'm going to do more harm. If my answer is honest about it, then I at least can integrate my own shadow in the process. And again, this video, we'll see what happens with it, because people are going to misunderstand my point, because people get triggered over some of these concepts, and it is important to move on from it. But keep going with what you were saying about the sexual repression and stuff.
Yes.
Morality is a crutch for unintegrated shadow. That's the quote of the night. Morality is a crutch for Morality is a crutch for an unintegrated shadow. That's what morality is.
So I had an experience many years ago where I started feeling physically ill, and Belial was kind of manifesting in my field at the time, and I was trying to do the positive thinking thing. I was trying to go, I'm healthy, I'm healthy, I'm healthy, I'm good, I'm positive, I'm you know, and Belial said to me, "No, you're not. You're sick." I'm like, "Oh, no, I don't want to own my sickness." And he said, "No, just own the sickness." And I'm like, "Okay, I am sick." He's like, "No, no, no, you're not sick. You are sickness. You're disease." I'm like, "Oh, this is a bit uncomfortable. Okay, I'm disease." He says, "No, no, no, you're not even that. You are the Lord of disease." And there was that moment where I said it, where I owned it, where I realized that if I am the Lord of disease, I am the king of my suffering, then I am no longer the victim of it. And it was the moment I acknowledged that I am the Lord, I am the source of this quote unquote negative, that I could unlock the fundamental root. I could step outside of the reaction play of the feeling and the accompanying behavior and thought processes that matched it. And I could piggyback to the root and the roots of the belief and the conditioning. And the moment I could do that, I could change the program. And I think the same thing is true when we look at, like, darker or repressed behavior of anything. Scarlett mentioned in the chat earlier about, a lot of these the psychological roots of the abuse patterns that bring about a lot of these behaviors that we experience. And that's it. There's oftentimes something that happened, whether it was you were high and you saw somebody's feet and you developed a foot fetish, or you were abused and something linked up. How it gets linked up is the most important portion of the work, because if God is within, if our fundamental source of all power is within ourselves, the only way to that power is through the liberation and the, I hesitate to use the word purified, but by purified I don't mean abstinence. By purified I mean literally the maturing and the refining of these components of the psyche. And that's the self-liberation that is, our responsibility and our duty, and why we take on this path. Part of the thing about becoming God is taking up absolute and complete responsibility for every aspect of your reality. And that's the foundational thing. And yes, if you work in private and a controlled setting, I mean, that's why the sex magic contracts and the old BDSM contracts is when you say to a partner that you choose to collaborate with, and what we would call a cult of two or a coven, where you say, these are the things that we need to work through. Will you work with me through that? What's your safe word when it goes too far? What is the rules and the terms, and what's the place structure? And there's a hypnotic ritualistic pattern for entering into that working, and a hypnotic ritual pattern for decompressing from that working as well. And there's an aftercare, there's a therapeutical process. Even in the typical gold non-patent, Israel Regardie used to kind of preach the requirement of psychology and psychotherapy in conjunction with magic. If you're just pushing the one, because this happens to a lot of people. You start the path and you either awaken your solar self, or you awaken your lunar self. And that thing, if you haven't integrated those components, you're a little screwed. When we used to teach psychic clairvoyance, or just clairvoyance and mediumship, and old spiritualism, one of the common things that you notice when you start doing the mirror gazing work, the entities that come through have a psychic correspondence to you. So if you're just seeing a lot of ugly and bad things in that mirror, it's because there's matching thought patterns and psychological patterns inside of you, and that's why they're vibrationally linked to you. And that's the old adage, I'm the exorcist in the midst of the exorcism. You're literally you're ridden by the spirit until you liberate yourself from the compulsion within yourself. And you can't say yourself you're a king of hell, or a ruler of the demonic or anything like that if you haven't done the inner work to master these components of yourself. We spoke earlier about curses, and when I was learning that aspect of dimensions, Spirit said to me, look, you're going to be, the only way for you to administer pain is to become a master of it yourself. So you yourself have to be able to live through that current and be liberated from its slavery or its effect before you are in a position that you can channel it. And that's what's the difference? If I'm trying to curse someone or do something, if I'm still doing it because of the need, I'm probably going to fail. The only reason it's going to work is if it does work is because I've generated so much emotional energy, and the other individual is so low in their emotional development. They're so unconscious that, bad marketing would screw them up anyway. You don't, the curse is really just either or, but it's not gonna, that's why it works on some people and not on others.
I mean, if you targeted someone who's got nothing, they don't have any attachments, and they're not repressed, their shadow's pretty well integrated. Whatever you do to them is going to be indirect at best. Maybe their family will self-destruct, maybe they'll have problems in their things, but they will be fine. It's really hard to harm someone who themselves is not open to many things. It doesn't even require a lot of protection magic. They've just, go curse the Dalai Lama or something. Well, maybe he's got problems. I'm just saying, go curse someone who theoretically has a really integrated self, and good luck. You're going to find nothing happens, most likely. Maybe they trip down a flight of stairs, and when they're done breaking their arm, they go, "Ow, that hurts. Oh well, let's get some ice cream now." They don't care. It's not going to do to them what you're hoping it's going to do. If your goal is to cause suffering, and that's what most people's goal is when they curse. Most people don't have. If you don't have a very pragmatic goal with magic, I think you tend to have more failure than if it's pragmatic in origin. If it's emotional in origin, like I want to satisfy my emotional need for them to be hurt, that's like saying I'm aiming for the target over there, but to hit it, I'm going to aim over here. If you know what I'm saying? If your problem is the way you feel, and you're going to cure the way you feel by attacking over that way, but the target's over there. How does hurting you make me feel better is what I'm getting at.
Exactly. Yeah. And
why don't I just focus on making me feel better? Yeah, exactly. So why don't I just focus on me feeling better?
Exactly. I like that old NLP adage. Sorry to interrupt you there. Richard Bandler said, in any argument, the one who feels the best wins. Yeah,
exactly. And my wife's knocking the house over because she's going to bed. Good night, sweetie.
Camilla.
But yeah, and I mean, I don't want to. I'm uncomfortable about the sexuality questions we had before because I don't like them. But I'm also integrated enough in my shadow that I'm okay to talk about it if I'm really going to talk about it. Because if I'm ashamed to talk about it, how integrated am I?
Exactly.
Okay. So what makes me worried then, if I'm going to destruct why I hesitate, it's not because it gives me pause to think or talk about. It's because I'm worried what's going to happen to my channel, or what are people going to think of me if I say this? That would be selling out. If I stifled my opinion because I'm afraid someone's now that didn't like what I said goes off and tattles on me, then what am I really doing? Am I being sincere about what I think? No. How can I integrate, let's say it's a problem, how can I integrate that problem if I'm not honest about it with myself? So shadow integration, this goes a long way with morality and sexuality. Honesty with yourself is the first thing. And I saw Scarlett say, and she's right, one of the biggest things in the left-hand path is to work through these hang-ups, work through these shadows, work through these traumas that you've had. And there's so much there. I mean, the damage the right-hand path has done because of morality to us as a species is incalculable. Almost every horror that humanity causes is somehow in relation because the prime cause was that original sin of shame that was given to us by the right hand teaching that this is right, this is wrong. That is to say, again, does your dog have any shame, and do they suffer? They don't suffer at all. They have no shame. They don't feel shame in stealing stuff off your plate. So they don't. Now, that's not to say stealing should be done. So people have this binary right-hand, left-hand mentality of, well, Thorne's saying that it's okay to steal. No. What I'm saying is there's no okay or not okay about it. If you have a rational reason not to do it, you've probably integrated that shadow, and it's no longer having control over you. This applies to everything. To me, every shadow is equal. Even Christians will say every sin is equal. Every sin is equally bad. Whether it's a humble little lie or a murder, they're both equal in the eyes of God as evil, right? The same applies to the left hand. No sin is worse than any other. And if you're willing to forgive someone for sin A, but not sin B, how integrated are you? When I say forgive, that doesn't mean that you go turn the other cheek, forgive, because I'm not that guy either, okay? It's that I don't look at it and say the universe says you must die. The right hand weakness is trying to make the universe make a judgment on everybody. And as you integrate these processes like you're talking about, as you integrate with these spirits, what is theurgy except recognizing within yourself the spiritual truth outside of yourself? Theurgy can be done with elements, it can be done with gods, it can be done with any kind of spiritual presence. And when you're accessing Lucifer, if there isn't an aspect of Lucifer within you, what are you accessing? If you're not integrating something that's already there, because there is no outside, there is no separation, it's all you. If you don't recognize Lucifer within yourself, even on the right hand, you can't ascend. You can't be forgiven. So even Christians, they invert so many things. They fuck so many things backwards. They'll say, you need to be honest to the Lord and say, oh, I committed this sin. That is so that you can recognize that it is something that you do. But then they pervert it by saying, now you must stop. You must be burned and punished for it. No, the truth is, you must accept that you're capable of pretty much anything. If you're not capable of anything, are you free? So all of these shadows that I talk about, they're created by this original sin of the shame of sin. This is why they're so powerful, because people repress in their hearts these thoughts that they have, rather than allowing the thoughts and then recognizing they don't have to act on them. And they don't even have to be ashamed of them.
Yeah. Like, I mean, inside of the Klipothic tree is the Nitsutsut, the original, fragments, from which it was produced. And, as you mentioned there, unless you own it, that it's the conflict in your heart, that's the darkness, it's immature. And it's when you become conscious of it that you mature it and you refined it. Then these quote unquote demonic dimensions of the self liberate a massive amount of repressed psychic energy that then become functional because of the slavery to duality, that many are, that original tree of good and evil, which is really the condition of perceived pain and pleasure. And when we are the victims of pain and pleasure instead of the masters of it within ourselves, by recognizing ourselves as the source of it, we can't be liberated. Because why do you want to do any of these, bad things in society? Why would you want to violate the social contract? Because, again, like,
why would you want to harm a child this way?
Exactly.
Would be my first. Why do you even have that? And when someone responds with abject horror, I go, good, then what are you worried about? You're fine. You've got nothing to cover up for. You're fine.
Exactly.
So relax.
That kind of like brings us to that, paradigm of unity. If I progress from a sex symbol, so to speak, where I'm starting to recognize, and when I say the term sex symbol, I mean I start to see the value behind my own sexual identity. I stop placing the value that I'm looking for inside of others. When I have that girl or that boy or whatever, then I'll be happy. And I go like, I'm happy, I'm good enough because I'm me. I start placing the value of inside of myself. And this is the first steps of self-love and self-respect, which is a necessity. I recently posted a piece where I said, which was a kind of a channeling session that I did with Lucifer. And the statement was, until you see your own feelings, until you believe that your own feelings matter and your own thoughts matter, just as a valid individual, how do you expect your magic to? And it's in that progression that once I see myself as valid, and now I'm in a position where I can have a functional relationship with another human being and establish my cult of two, where we're both almost God and goddess or deity together, and we're practicing that. I have a social contract with this other individual. Now, as I mature and I refine through those steps, now I can do it in a coven, and I can do it with the larger degrees of society. And this is what's going to allow this sense of self to expand, because I recognize self within everyone, and that's what I can operate from. That's why magic works. Magic works because fundamentally we are all entangled. And if you're disconnecting, from that entanglement because you're so caught up on this good and evil mentality, this, pain to this, pleasure to this doesn't mean you don't have boundary. The entire purpose or the concept of the magical circle is the self boundary. It's the personal boundary, recognizing that I am the source of my heaven and hell. I'm the source of my pleasure and pain. And because I'm the source of it, I can establish a narrative, given this pantheon of deity and entities that I have available to me, that frames reality in such a way that I have access to all the states I desire the most, instead of, one where I need to kind of pay the fee every time in order to get something that I want, because now I'm able to operate from a place where I am fully fueled. And as a result, I'm not approaching reality from a needy or desperate place. I'm not going that I have to abuse another or get something from another, because no other can give me anything that I have not already given myself. And because of that, when I enter a social situation, I'm the dominant leader because I am now the flame and all the moths are attracted to me. When I approach my magic, I'm no longer going there and I'm begging the entities. It's more like a boardroom gathering. I'm going.
One of the fastest ways to make magic fail is to beg the gods or the deities or entity, anything.
Exactly.
Begging is one of the worst things you can do. And demanding is also equally as bad.
Exactly. Because
you should be in
cooperation.
You need to be in cooperation with them for a thing that you all agree on already. But I don't go into ritual unless I already know the spirits are happy to do it. I don't, and this is part of what I keep talking about with, when we're saying, so one of the risks on the left-hand side is in this self-deification process. If you think that your deification is separate on any level, you are going to hit that same problem that people who think deity is external. When you create this separation of self to others. So you want to know the real reason I think I wouldn't do X, Y, or Z? Because I wouldn't want it done to me. It's the ultimate golden rule. I don't want it done to me.
Exactly. And that's recognizing.
So I also want, and I also see in everybody else. You can ask anybody that I've worked with sincerely, and there's a couple people who will disagree because they had the other idea in their mind of what they wanted. But I have never withheld anything from anyone I've worked with. I've always been eager to see them succeed. And they would say, "Oh, you stole the spotlight from me." No, I just went to the spotlight. You didn't follow me as fast as I went. I didn't keep you out of it. I never took from you anything. I simply got what was mine, and I was saying, "Come on, hurry up! Don't stay behind." I said to someone, I watched the Riddick movies the other night, and I've been like on a Riddick kick again. And I'm like, Riddick is like one of the most Luciferian motherfuckers there is. And my mentality is not, I'm going to get in your way. It's just, I'm going. If you can't keep up, don't say I'm taking your spot. Right? And that doesn't mean I won't stop and help you along. It just means that you're not going to hold me back because you're needy, because you aren't meant to have what I'm going for. If you're meant to have it with me, then I'll sense that and I'll bring you with me. If you're not, you stay over there. So I don't seek to harm people. I've been put in positions where I could easily destroy the reputation of blackmail, all kinds of people. People trust me with a lot of nitty-gritty stuff, including people in the community. And I will not betray that because I wouldn't want it betrayed of me. But it's also, I don't see anything that they have that I want. I don't have, Leviathan is like the weakest sin in my soul. I don't feel a great deal of envy to the point where I'm willing to do something to someone to get it. I don't look at someone and say, wow, they're rich. I need their money. I don't look at someone and say, wow, they're successful. How do I undermine them and take their success? I don't ever see that. I want to emulate. I want to go, hey, they did really cool. I wonder if I can be that good at something.
Exactly.
If I see someone well-spoken, I want to speak like they do. If I and not by hurting them, not by taking from them. So when I look at a spirit, I want to see in the spirit what is in me and what's in me in them. I want to see where do we meet in the middle? How are we the same? And then how do I make that work? If I see Riddick and I go, well, I'll never be physically capable of being like Riddick. Nobody can be. He's almost superhuman. He can bend his joints in the wrong directions. He can climb for hours. He can kill anybody and anything. Well, I can't do all that, but you know what I can do? If someone tries to take my soul, I can say, fuck you, and say no. If someone tries to stand on my throat, I can do whatever it takes, even if it means acting like a coward, to survive another day and get what I want in the end. It's that fluidity, the nature of water, that Luciferian, rebellious, adversarial quality I respect. And it ultimately doesn't mean undermining anybody. Most people are happy to destroy themselves. All you got to do is be the best you can be. I've never had an enemy where I had to go out of my way to destroy them. In every single case, I just had to be me and let them fall on their own sword by trying to destroy me. In every single case.
Exactly. Because I mean, like, where are you investing your energy in that, or are you investing your energy in creating your reality your way? You know? Like that's it. Like, I mean, isn't the purpose of a lot of what we're doing the ability to articulate the reality that is dormant within us and to bring that about, you know, to make known the unknown, so to speak. And are we investing our energy in that? You know, and like, this to me is, you know, part of the lessons of Kali. If I've got a vision for a project that I want to bring into being, and I've gone into ritual and I've done the work. And now through that work, you know, I had an example. There was something that I wanted to do, and I worked with Dantalian, and he gave me a very specific sequence of inspirations. Then I knew exactly what I had to do in order to pull that off. I got a clear sense, a clear instruction, and then the next day I started working out the piece. Halfway through it, I find myself, you know, I'm working on something else. I'm going for more coffees than I need to. You know, I'm dealing with more dramas than I need to. I'm more on my phone than I'm supposed to. And, you know, end of the day comes, and I've spent, in all honesty, like, you know, 30% of my day really working on this project that I know will fulfill all my needs. You know, and then again, that's the question of, who am I a slave to? You know, am I a slave to, you know, or am I being defeated by the gravity of my dream? You know, or am I defeating my own limited thinking and my own inner conflicts, my own mixtures of pain and pleasure, my own false narratives, and actively working through that? That's the real banishing ritual. You know, to me, like, the banishing ritual isn't like some purification that you do before your magic. It's the banishing of a constant banishing of your own restricted, limiting beliefs and patterns, you know, that stand in the way from truly aligned action and living with your magical objectives, you know?
And I think, you know, like I told you, I think I told you, I don't know if I told you this. And I say so many things over and over again, I'm starting to forget who I say it to. I'm not very good at that. Since we're all one, I start losing the identity of people all the time. Anyway,
Ooh, nice save.
one of the things that I recommend to everybody before doing ritual, in every occult tradition, pretty much that I can think of, there is some process where you need to purify yourself first. You need to go take a bath. You need to go this or that. That's like a blind, because people are told go take a mineral bath or whatever. What is it? The act of bathing that's doing anything, or is it purifying your hide that fucking matters to a demon that's supposed to be living in sulfur? Give me a fucking break. No, it's when you're in that bath, you're supposed to be meditating. You're supposed to be clearing your mind of any hangups and any attachments you're having. It's just like, you know, when I hypnotize somebody.
Doesn't want me to smell like sandalwood.
No, they might like your armpits for all we know. I mean, Belphegor is supposed to be a shit demon, right? But anyway, you're literally sitting there. If you're a materialistic sorcerer, magician, then you think the important part is what ingredients go into the bath. If you are properly integrated, you recognize that the materials of the bath are optional and completely relative to what you need. You take the bath of the soul. You cleanse your mind. You enter a no-mind state. You become unattached. You become self-aware, whatever it takes, but you let go of the traumas of the day. You know, like when I'm hypnotizing someone, well, there's supposedly some NLP things that I do because of that, and I don't know about them, but you start by relaxing the person. You make them feel as relaxed as possible. And part of that is they've got to let go of the stress of the day or whatever it is. And as they let go of that and their mind starts to unwind and stops being attached to whatever it is, they can then begin to have, we're getting some errors here. We might lose everybody for a minute. YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. My kid is playing a lot of VR in the garage. He was, but I don't think he is now, so I don't know what the deal is. So let me know, you guys, if the video's stuttering. Maybe it's time for me to stop talking. Maybe that's what it is. Let me see. We'll wait till somebody responds. It says, error, YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. So if you guys are getting buffering for once, I see that you might get it. So let me refresh this and see if that helps.
Oh no, you broke everything.
I might have.
Because
the last comment was like a long time ago. So, but I still got you guys, so
there we
it might
go.
just be YouTube.
Eddie says stream is fine.
Okay, stream is fine. All right, good. All right, sorry about that, guys. I really am. It kind of blew my train of thought a little bit.
To get you back on that train, it's kind of like we were saying several streams ago, is that all these items are really just the it's just the lube to help ease your mind into that magical space.
Yeah, definitely. Lube is definitely a good word for it. It's you know, the thing about a blind is it's only a blind if you expect the material itself to matter. You know, when we have blinds in ritual books and it says Eye of Newt and Toad of Toad or whatever, you know, Tongue of Toad or whatever, you know, whatever it is, that's not what you ever find. But when it's stuff that's like that ridiculous and you go, what are they even talking about? That must be a blind. What is a blind? The biggest blind of all is that you need the substance specific to what you're saying. You do need a material component to your magic. That's blind level 2, is that it's all in the astral. You don't need material at all because it's all woo. Okay, sure, fine, yep. Then how come you're doing all this magic for material stuff? Come on. and Dicebringer brought up a good point. He says, I miss the old 80s or whatever it was magic where it was so materialistic, build your kingdom on earth. And I think this is something that'll resonate with you quite a bit, Adam. And it's partially, I think, why you do what you do and why a lot of us start where we start. Is while we are still attached to the material desires of life, it's very hard to become unattached to the material desires. That is to say, if you still have a lot of sexual hang-ups, and you're sexually repressed, and you're not getting laid, and you're not doing this and that, all you're going to think about is satisfying that base, you know, sacral chakra issue. That's all you're going to care about is, I'm not getting that pleasure that I need. And so you're not going to be able to move up through your spectrum and recognize a bigger picture. So the demonic, the glory of the infernal and diabolical divine is that when they are properly embraced, you can transcend that material stuff. They will help you satisfy it. And they come with, like any integration of any hang-up, they come with a test. They come with a challenge. I would encourage, for example, if you've got a sexual, like you need to have sex, you're a hornball and you're just a player and you want to pound pussy every day or ass or whatever the hell it is, pardon me, I don't know what it's going to be. If you can't let go of that, then I encourage you, go get a hold of Osmodee and get him to get you succubuses and incubuses and send all the sex your way that you can possibly tolerate. And if you still can't detach from that desire, oh well, you're done. You've failed. And so you're going to have to work through that longer and longer and longer. So, but if you can have that experience and transcend it, and then go ahead. If you can transcend it, then comes the liberation from it. And then you can enjoy it without the hang up. But go ahead, Adam.
No, I agree with you. I think, again, like it's the the typical Maslowian hierarchy of needs. We can't accomplish the upper until we've got the lesser, kind of settled and sorted. And it's also one of the fundamental principles of magic. As long as I need the thing, in other words, portions of my identity is lashed into this, I will not get the thing. And I will constantly be the slave to it. Again, what I talk about with the master and the slave and understanding that relationship within yourself. I think the other thing as well is there needs to be a balance still between the inner and the outer, in the sense of it's fine and good. You get a lot of magicians that are happy to just kind of do things in the astral. And even if you look at Martinism has this paradigm that says before you do it in the physical, you do it in the astral. Before you do the alchemical work, you hallucinate yourself doing it, and then you do it.
And to be honest, you can't help it. Like I tell everybody, the pyramids were once in the astral long before anybody built them.
Exactly.
So how can you do a ritual if you haven't already imagined your way through it once already somehow?
Exactly.
Somewhere.
But it needs to be grounded to some degree. That's why even if you're doing the symbolic work where you're taking a candle or a puppet or a certain set of herbs, you are taking what's in the inner world and merging it with the outer world, and you're bringing these two components together. Because again, enlightenment in one definition is when the inner and the outer match, when they merge in those moments where you transcend, the probabilities. And it's again but you have to resolve the need. Unless the need is
it begs the question, why does getting what you want make you happy? Now I can tell you the answer right away. Nothing makes you happy.
Exactly. It's a rule-based belief system.
So what is it about getting what you want actually makes you happy? To me, it is an easy answer, but some people got to spend a lifetime looking for it. The answer is very simple, because you're no longer hung up on the desire of it or the suffering of not having it. Yeah. In other words, the happiness is already there. It's well within your grasp at all times.
Exactly.
The idea that you need to have something to experience happiness is what stops the happiness from happening. If you must have money to be happy, and Eddie said it very well, and I think he's going to be calling in at some point tonight, so we'll keep a line open for him in a minute. But Eddie had said, quote, he was quoting like a spirit was talking, "So you think that sex or money or power is going to make you complete? Well, here you go. That's what a demon does." That's utterly brilliant, because that's exactly what it's like. And what have I found? I jumped back into magic from a non-dual perspective, thinking I had myself pretty well figured out and integrated. And I stepped up to the plate of magic and I said, "All right, magic, do as you will, but I want a book of magic, and I want this, and I want that." And I got each one of those things. Effortlessly got them. To the point where in 2 years, I'm like rapidly growing, and I have all these awesome friends in the community, and all of this, and all you awesome people. And has that made me happy? Has any of it made me happy? Now, I will say I've had some incredible experiences because of it, and that is pleasant and pleasurable. But has that made me happy? No. Did I need those things to make me happy? No. In fact, it's only when I started to think again that that's what it was that I started failing that test, and then it was taken away.
Exactly.
Success starts to elude me.
Because it's an
when I
external
did the magic,
locus
when
of
I
control.
didn't, yes, it's an externalization of my being. It's an externalization of my happiness. And it's a thing that I'm constantly having to remind myself of. I find that when I'm pushing for financial success, it's always 2 inches away. I just can't get, it's like, you ever knock something on the floor and you reach for it and you just keep knocking it. It's like this, no matter what I do, no matter what product I put out, it just doesn't fucking work. But as soon as I go, fuck it, I'm just going to do this because it's fun. Thorne, that's the greatest thing I ever bought. I want 20 of them. It's like, okay, cool. All right. And that's the meaning of sellout, right? If you're doing it for the money only and not the pleasure of doing it, that's the sellout part. We got to try to avoid that, especially in spirituality. It's not just taboo. It's a roadblock.
But I mean, this is the purpose, again, of the initial rituals. If you look at even old typical magic structures where you had those first stages of initiation through the elemental degrees and then in the planetary degrees. I mean, what are that fundamentally boils down to 2 simple principles. The 4 elements is really the sexual identity. It's the tetragrammaton and the reverse tetragrammaton, the thoughtful and the thoughtless line. It's these 2 dimensions that represent the fundamental principles behind attraction. And we recognize that I'm drawn to these archetypes, but then I start to cultivate them within myself. As a result, I mature in my sexual identity and my sexual energy. I'm no longer lustful or pervy or needy at all. I'm self-fulfilled. I'm just magnetic. I'm just doing my thing. I'm in alignment with my purpose. I unlock spirit. I unlock my purpose, and I'm living my purpose now. But in that realization of my purpose, my energy is a higher level. So my self-esteem is at a higher level. In other words, my thoughts are more prone to materialize, and there's sciences like facts and its effects on the language that we're speaking and how we're projecting in the environment, and there's principles of hypnosis that helps us to understand this more logically. But then the next tier is the planetary initiations, and the planetary spheres represent every possible human desire. Finances, Jupiter, sexuality, the moon, or psychic, the moon, arts, Venus, and so on and thus forth. And it's a progression of identity. I am starting to perceive this thought form, attributing qualities to it, building up those attributes more intensely, and then I go through its evocation, where I make it more real in my reality, then its invocation, where I systematically start to identify, and I become Venus. I become Jupiter, I become Mercury, I become Mars. And then my work through the Goetia, my work through the Shemamephoros, or whatever I choose to, is almost like, the zodiac versus the planets. It's the further maturing of these fundamental aspects of identity. But now I'm no longer going out there because I'm desperate for a job. I am filled with brilliant ideas for money that are inspiring to me, and I am producing. I am creating from an internal place and bringing, my kingdom of probability into reality. And now I'm living the life of a magi. I'm a living magician. And whatever my paradigm of choice is, it's my flavor. And I can refine it according to my correspondence more than what I'm just picking up elsewhere, because I've gotten alignment now and with my own higher self or higher daemon, whatever terminology or paradigm I'd like to choose upon this. And I think this is where a lot of them, fail. A lot of people I need to kind of find the formula. The formulas are fundamentally, or the spells of the rituals are fundamentally ways to get me into a vibrational state. But the vibrational state is purely a low magic form. The high magic form in that the theurgy, is transmutation of self to become the gods, to become these dimensions.
And remember, transmutation, I could be wrong, but my understanding of transmutation is not a separateness. It is literally like flipping a card over. It is like saying, I'm already this. Let me remove that which is not this from my awareness and recognize this that I am. The deception is that you're separate from these things in the first place. The deception is, the lie is that you're not already Mars. So we go into this practice becoming Mars, or Aries, or whatever, however you want to describe it, Aries. So let's say you want to become Mars. The mistake you're making already is thinking you're not already. You already are within you. You are already that which you wish to be. What it is that there is this layer of bullshit paint on top of it that you think is that. I've often said that enlightenment is a lot like this. You imagine a scenario where you're a young child and you were born into this world that lives underground, and everyone that was born here, and you don't know you're underground. You think the entire world exists in this tiny little cave, like Plato's cave, a lot like that. And everyone lives in this small little cave, and no one knows anything about the outside world, but they have the legend of the sunrise. And every day, everyone wakes up and looks on the wall, and there's this painting of a sunrise. And every generation, the new tribal elder, whatever, new tribal chieftain must paint a new version of the sunrise. They must refresh the painting because it gets old and worn. But everyone's taught from a young age, this is what a sunrise looks like. And then one day a young child comes of age. It's their turn to paint that sunrise. And try as they might, they can't do it. Maybe they're a terrible artist. And they can't, everyone, that's the worst sunrise anyone's ever painted. We got to look at this for years. Do it again, do it again, do it again. And they paint it again, and they try again and again and again. Finally, they're so fed up with this. They're so sick of failure that they say, I've had enough. And they decide to just wipe away all the paint and start completely over. To hell with the painting of a sunrise. We're not doing this anymore. I'm wiping it. And as they do this, they find out that that wall was not a wall. It was a window. And on the other side of that window was a legitimate sunrise waiting to be there for them to see. Enlightenment is like this. Enlightenment is way more like that. And that's the same thing with theurgy. That's the same thing with getting what you want in magic. It's a process, like an artist with a sculpture, it's more a process of removing that which is not the ideal than it is the acquisition of the ideal. You can't add enlightenment. You can't add theurgistic awareness. The process is one of neti, not this, not this. When that's done, you recognize that it's in everything. Yeah, go ahead.
There was a friend of mine, Mark Steinberg. He's out of Germany and runs a group called Creative Consciousness International, and it's self-help with consciousness and a little bit of mystical principles behind it. But he gave a good metaphor as well. The one time he said that, you're trying to take in all these new knowledge and these new ideas, this whole becoming, but it's kind of like when you get a thorn or a splinter stuck in your finger. That's new knowledge. At some point, your body's going to alienate it. Like it's naturally going to just pull it out. The only way new concepts and new ideas sticks is if they're stuck inside of knowns. And if we go inside and we kind of, take the rubbish out of the way, and we're trying to learn new things or evolve in new dimensions, we have to take where we're at. We have to evolve that. We have to recognize what we are not. Because again, I can become the Mars, I become that energy, but it's more of an effort to recognize my contradictions to that, my own internal resistance, in order to release that.
Again, in the non-dual sense, what makes a cup useful? Is it the walls of the cup or the hole in the middle? What makes Mars useful? Mars or the pacifists that surround him? What makes either one of them powerful? It's in the interplay. The dialectic, not the dualistic. I'm dialectic, not dualistic. I recognize opposites, but I see them as the same. I recognize the yin and the yang and the yang and the yin. I recognize the male and the female, the beast and the human. I recognize the Baphomet. I recognize all of that in myself. And I don't see, when I'm doing that process of elimination and neti, I'm not looking to say that I am only this or only that. So when I do the process of exclusion, I'm not saying that means I'm not Venus. That means I'm not Mercury when I'm being Mars. No, when I'm Mars, I'm not the exclusion of them. I recognize that to find Mars within myself, I have to exclude the things that tell me that I'm not also Mars altogether as the same thing. And we can, but again, when we do that game, when we do that game, we can find ourselves confusing ourselves with what the thing is. What is a warrior without peace? What is a pacifist without war? If we exclude those things, we shouldn't exclude them. We just say, I am the mind which draws a line between the two, and then decides I'm going to look over here now. And be that for a while. Now, I know you got to go soon. Do you want to take a phone call or two, or do you have to go right away? How much time do you have?
I got another, bring the caller up and give me 2 minutes to kind of disappear and come back, and then I can stick on for another 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
Okay, that works for me.
Okay.
So let's put the information on the screen. By the way, you guys, if you haven't been watching Flesh Priest thing at the bottom, he's been basically begging you guys to join our Discord and message him there and all of that. Please join our Discord. We're cool there. Unless you're a jerk who wants to argue, we're pretty cool there. And if you want to call in, occasionally he will flash the how to call us thing on the screen too.
Oh.
If you'd like to have a question for our guest, especially first-time callers, we want to open it up for you guys. But if we don't have any first-time people lined up, we'll take an old friend as well. So if you guys want to call in, all you need is Skype, and it should be saying hang out with us at Discord. You can want to call into the show. Search quote flesh priced.
Flesh priced. Yeah. So for those of you who have watched the show before, you know the drill. For those of you who are new, this is in fact a live stream. No fucking shit. Oh my god, my brain. This is a live call-in.
Oh, people!
Oh my god, when did you get there? This is a live call-in show. Think coast to coast, and you can be on the air. If you want to get on, then what you need to do is hop over to Skype, and in that little search bar, type in Flesh Priest, 2 words, and there's only one. Send me a message. Or you'll see the link up above, or check in the description. Join our Discord, discord.gg/webmagiv.
Whap McGov, baby.
Yeah, and as soon as you get on
Fat
there,
McGuff.
you will see a Flesh Priest in red. You can send me a message, let me know that you want to call in, and we would love to have you. Hit us with your questions, stories.
So we
whatever.
also want to
We wanna
hook
hear from
Adam
you.
up with a little bit of a sort of a buy our crap segment. Since he walked away, he won't know we're doing it. Then he can appreciate it later. Adam's a cool guy. He's just starting out with what he's doing a
Oh
little
no,
bit.
he's back. Stop
I think he
talking
made a go
about
of
him. Yeah, Adam's
Oh, he's
really
back.
It's okay. I'm in and out.
Adam.
I'm making a coffee for the rest of this part, so you can gossip
So-
behind
so-
my back.
We want to make sure that Adam gets a little bit of attention on his stuff. So please, in the description, I rarely do this. In the description of this video, I actually put his links at the top. Go to his stuff. If you like it, check it out. If you don't,
Thank you.
I don't want to hear it. I don't care. You're not going to offend us if you don't.
Appreciate that.
So we put his website and his YouTube channel there. So if you want to check it out, go ahead. His channel has great production value for someone who's just starting out. I don't know if this is his second run with making YouTube channels, but obviously you do, like you said, you do production and stuff where you are. So
Yeah,
you're good at the production values.
I'm actually very surprised that the production is fucking great. And the content is amazing. I'm subscribed. Oh my god, I'm surprised you don't have more subscribers. There we go. That's what I wanted to say.
Oh, thanks. I mean,
And I'm gonna be a dick. Give us some likes. David Morgan just said 56 watching and 26 likes. Was it because we talked about some questionable things in the beginning? Come on, guys, get over yourselves. Come on, give me a like. We're trying, okay? We're trying.
And anybody who wants the link to Adam's channel and the Cult of You, that is in the chat right now. I just posted that.
It's actually also pinned at the top. If you look at the chat, the blue chat at the very top says DH Thorne, check out our guests. Click on that. You'll also see it there. You can check out everything there. So, all right. Let's bring on our first Schneckety guest. Hopefully they're interesting and not someone we've had on before who's boring. I'm kidding. Who are we waiting on? Do we have anybody new, or is it just some people we know?
This is, in fact, a old favorite.
An old
The
favorite.
great and powerful Dr. Eddie.
Is he going to talk about magic being in the butt again?
No,
Let
I
me
was
get his
actually going to
video
point
up.
out that we've made it. How
made
far
it?
into
I don't
this
remember
stream,
mating,
and
dude.
nobody's brought it up yet.
Oh,
Yeah,
The magic in the
wow.
butt
I
part.
was hoping to avoid it for once. No. I also noticed that you
Hold
got
on.
the shirt.
I'm wearing the robe
Yeah,
of
let
the
me-
initiated.
no, wait, don't say it until I actually get you here. Where is your video? Let me see. Active? No. Why are you not here?
I'm
You are
here in
not
spirit.
here. I don't. No, that's Flesh Priest Part 2. You guys don't mind seeing Flesh twice, right? No, we don't want Flesh twice.
This is my cloning magic.
That's his
Yeah,
clone
no,
magic. It's
seriously.
tripping me out.
The universe can barely handle one of me as it is. Get that second imposter out of here.
Come on. No, it's just a big, beautiful S. Like, I've got video, but you don't. Are you seeing him? You're seeing him, right?
I can see him up at.
There I
There
am.
there
he
he
is.
is now.
Cool.
There he is. All right. I don't know why it wasn't coming through on OBS. That's really strange. But he's here now. Okay, show us the beautiful shirt, Eddie, my friend, my dear friend. Magic is stored in the butt. We produced that shirt a couple of weeks ago as a gag, and Eddie is the only one to have bought it. Eddie?
I keep meaning to.
Yeah. I got one for my wife. She's the only other one who got one.
All of you people in the chat right now, you are slackers, and I am disappointed in you.
I know I
Eddie,
am.
man, it's just, man, I don't know, man. At least I know you're a true fan and you love the joke so much. It's a good joke. And it's kind of true. Magic is in the butt. So,
Eddie, I know you were talking to me in the chat or in the Skype chat, and I saw also you had so much going on in the live chat. I know this is your jam right now, this entire conversation.
Yeah, this whole thing has been the last 5 years of my life. So, doing the cliff off, confronting shame, confronting sexual shame, a lot of that, and working through a lot of that stuff with the help of Lilith and Asmodeus especially, but Sorath and a whole other cast of characters. Going up the tree of knowledge. But the thing that really hit me was on the topic that shall not be named.
Yeah, the one that I keep having to bring up because it's
is the problem is never it's never the desire itself. It is the outlet that the desire has found because it can't find its own. I don't want to say natural because that makes it sound almost moralistic. It can't find an appropriate or constructive
good way to put it
channel. And that's why you see it so often. You see it so often with priests and ministers, and you see it with people who are abused themselves. They're either literally fetishizing innocence, or they're trying to reclaim the innocence that was taken from them. And one of the things you have to do is, and it doesn't matter if it's a good desire or a bad desire, you have to ask yourself why. Why do I want that thing? And keep peeling back those layers until you find out and you realize, oh, okay, well, it's not really the money or the sex or the power that I'm after. And more often than not, actually all the time, if you peel back enough layers, you find out the thing you're looking for is something you already have.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about shadow people being a manifestation of our shadow, their goal is to be you one way or the other. You can either integrate them intentionally with a healthy dose of, when I say control, I don't mean control over them,
it's a nice
but
frame.
I mean integration of a healthy nature. Or they are just going to do what they want through you. One way or the other, you cannot control your shadow. You can integrate it, or you can let it devour you. So when you're saying, there's a lot of commonality. I think, ancient Christians will say, demonize things in other spiritual traditions, turning valid gods into demons. But they did so with the archetypes of their own fears, sins, and shadows.
Exactly.
So it's not that Asmodeus is a fucking pervert. It's just that the culture that spawned him, he had jealousy and wrath, and he liked the ladies, and he did this and that. And the cultures that observed him and made him into a demon, basically their own sexual repression made him a lustful pervert in their story. And so we work with that spirit to try to integrate that lustful perversion, as we would be told. When a priest says you're a pervert because you maybe are not, if you're one of them, are homosexuals, as we talked about last week. Okay, if they're going to tell you that you're broken and wrong because of that, then that's actually a repression on their side. There's nothing wrong with you. You're fine, especially if you're not forcing people to do it. The problem is they're forcing you to not be you. They're causing that shadow. They're casting the shadow for you. So you've got to integrate that thing. And the only way to integrate that is to go, I'm not bad because I have this interest. Like Eddie's saying, it's not the desire itself that is what's wrong. It's how you seek to integrate it. Do you integrate it by letting it control you and make you do things that you know are harmful to you and other people that you might otherwise care about? Are you a rabid dog, as I call them? Because some people, that's all they really are. They're a rabid dog. Maybe they've been made rabid by the culture. As we're saying about the thing that shall not be mentioned again, I see them as rabid dogs because they don't have to do that. If you're going around victimizing innocent people, and you're a rabid dog, and I'm going to put you down if you come across me. That doesn't mean that the universe says you're evil, right? And because they haven't integrated that shadow, so, like I said, at some point you don't have control anymore. Your shadow wins. One way or the other, you integrate or it wins. Ultimately, every time.
And
so Adam, you
sorry.
You seem like you want to say something, Adam.
So yeah, it's again like it's you're speaking exactly about the principle. One of the fundamentals of magic is the development of the true will. And it comes in many forms. For example, us going on a fasting experience before a practice, learning to just do that little bit of exercise or do the little bit of prep. But it's you overcoming some inert part of your nature. You do it the moment you get up in the morning, you get out of bed, you exercise your will, in order to do so. And you're either doing that, and that's how you make things conscious. You become more conscious, you become more present, more invested, or you're unconscious. And if you're unconscious,
the first step is awareness.
Exactly.
Step one is always action is always happening in the awareness. You can't do anything. The things that you do are done in your awareness, and your awareness is an experience you're having. So again, we talk a lot about control. This is why I don't talk about control as much as I talk about integration. Alignment and integration is the power you have. That's what you can do. You can't cause anything. You can either be integrated with what truly is. This is why Alan Watts said, I'm not here to tell you what should be. I'm only here to tell you what is. I'm the same in that sense. This is why when people are telling me about the thing that should not be named, they want me to condemn it. And I might want to condemn it, but I can't, because that would be me putting a should or shouldn't into the universe's mouth. I'm speaking for the universe as best as I can as a filter through Thorne. I'm telling you, in all sincerity, you can't control anything because you don't exist. There's nothing to control. You're an experience in God's mind, and you are God. Not God out there, Yahweh, Tetragrammaton. God, I am God. But I'm having Thorne experience. I think I'm Thorne right now. I think I'm my mask. That's the sickness. And it's not a sickness that you need to be cured of. It's a sickness that becomes a sickness when you want to cure it.
Nice.
I'm gonna jump in really quick. We got a super chat from iManny2829. Thank you. And we also got one that I completely forgot to get to.
Dancing pair.
From Jay Sauber. Thank you very much.
Oh, we missed Jay Sauber. I love Jay Sauber.
Yeah, I came in very
Jay
early
Sauber's a cool
on,
dude.
and I was looking for a moment, and the conversation was just so great and flowing that I forgot. Jay,
when did he? I guess it was in the
it was
beginning, I
very
guess, is what you're
early on.
saying?
Jay Sauber, I hope you're still watching.
Doodlebop.
I
I'm sorry,
fucking
Jason.
appreciate you,
You know,
dude.
Jay Sauber, I hope you're still here. If not, thank you, brother. Thank you so much. And again, I want to thank everybody for. It looks like people are dropping off because it's getting that hour. So Adam and Eddie, you guys talk for a minute. Adam, tell us once again how we can get a hold of you if people want to work with you or watch your stuff besides the links. Is there anything else you want to impress on people? Getting into this, you've got a small channel still. You got 250, I think, or 220 subs as of yet. But your content is like, easily several thousand sub level content. So
Thanks.
Tell us what your hopes are coming up. Like, what are you trying to accomplish here?
To me, if I look at the kind of the progression of the path, is this old idea or this paradigm that's often there that says, I kind of go to the priest, I get the initiation, I am now a priest. And it's just not the paradigm that I kind of believe in. I believe there's 3 stages to priesthood, so to speak. The first stage is mastery. We take any of those planetary dimensions or, the elemental dimensions of our nature, it is mastery. And that's that 10,000 hours, which has been disproven to a degree, but it's the really understanding the fundamentals of the subject. After mastery, we accomplish artistry, where we're able to kind of really break the rules, bring other paradigms and other systems together. And only when we exceed that do we accomplish priesthood. And priesthood is when we become channels or vehicles towards that. And one of my main, intention with the podcast and with the projects and stuff that I'm involved in, because again, this is not like I don't do this for me from an income point of view. I'm already doing pretty well with my businesses. And so I'm very happy where I'm at. But I fundamentally feel that there's so much misconception and misrepresentation of these ideas, that unless we get the right people together to have these conversations that we are having, tonight, there's more trauma for people coming in, because, the average kid off the street picks up an occult book because he's been abused and he's needing some kind of power and some kind of strength.
Yep.
And he doesn't.
We're all from the island of misfit toys, every single one of us. Right?
Exactly. I wanna give that kid access to resources and to ideas from the horse's mouth that's congruent, and is not going to tell him, hey, Billy, go do this spell, evoke this demon, and all your problems going to be fixed. It's going to say, look, here are forces, these are ideas and principles you can work with, but here's that idea from different perspectives, so you understand what is meant. The first time somebody taught me about astral projection, or I read about this, the version in my head versus the reality, worlds apart. And that worlds apart mentality was a handicap for me to achieve it and to learn it. The same with clairvoyance. I had a Hollywood version of communicating with spirits, and if I didn't go through the trials and errors, and there's a lot of pain on this path. Like, there's a lot of pain. There's a lot of difficult things to overcome and challenges that people don't speak about, and because it's such a taboo subject line, most people are even more shameful of it, but people need to know this stuff, because for those that have no choice, because either life has pushed you to this or you're born this way, and you can't get off of this path whether you want to or not, those people I believe deserve the resources, the support, and the ideas. And most of us, we're very busy with our time. We can't always go and one-on-one therapy with everybody, or one-on-one coaching. It's just not possible. So and this is again, like,
I was charging $75 a month for that, and that was cheap at the time, and it was driving me nuts. I was meeting 3 people a day, and by the time I was done, I didn't want to talk about magic anymore at all.
Yeah. it's
This is why we write books, guys, because it's sickening to try to deal with this all day with people, to try to do it. It really is.
Exactly. But I mean, like, the thing is, the more we recognize, the more those people, the same patterns emerge. There were these same stages of development throughout the path when we integrate, when we start to understand the East and West and North and South, when we start to bring them together, when we start dealing with the psychology and the shadow issues. There is a clear pipeline of work. I have a version of that, which I've put on the cult, because it's something that these are the biggest challenges for me to overcome. And that's why I put that material out there. But then it became more about promoting this conversation, because I'm not arrogant enough to think I have it all figured out, because I definitely don't.
Right.
Right. And I know I can still learn a damn lot from everyone else, but not if I keep it a Hollywood conversation in my head. Not if, DH is, some man on a holy throne with divine access to Lucifer, and I have my shadow issues projecting onto that. So I want to have the conversation with DH, and I want to say, what do you really mean? When you're saying these things, what's your actual point of view? And then contrast that with experience. So when people come on and they can listen to it, like, again, we talked about the sexuality and the archetypes and a lot of powerful things tonight, or this morning, depending obviously on where you're at. But that's it. When people initially look at the clip of these fantasy versions that they have become the kind of things that put them into insane asylums. And for any of us that has walked this path a long way, when you go through the poison of Samael, when you cross those tiers, you're going to face a lot of things. And if your groundwork isn't properly thought through, there's going to be issues. And that's why the podcast, that's why that. And again, like, if anybody, those links that you popped in, that's great. Like, there you can get in touch with the YouTube channel. All my information is there, and, just look for the Cult of You. It's all. And
one thing I like, and one of the reasons why I decided to promote you this way, and because, it's because I look out in the community and I see people trying to do things that I agree with and don't agree with. You have people that had to set the path. They had people like EA. They had to. He's like an Anton LaVey. He had to come up in an environment where what he was doing was not accepted by anybody, and he had to put it out there. And he gets a lot of flack. He's a cool guy. He's one of my good friends, and I respect the shit out of him because he wears it on his sleeve, all of his flaws, all of his glory, everything, and he's not afraid to be who he is.
100.
So he had to set the path. And that first person has to be very egoistic. They have to be very aggressive. They have to be very capable of taking the slings and arrows. And when I say egoistic, I don't mean he's egoistic. I'm saying they have to have an egoistic flair. They have to market themselves and be that king on the throne.
Yeah.
Okay. Then come the inheritors of that. People like me who, because of people like him, I can step up and do what I'm doing. People like Behemoth X. We all step up. Then we've got people like you that say, hey, there's value in this beyond just these guys making money on this system. I want to now, let's have these conversations. And that's when it becomes an intellectual college, if you will. Instead of someone owning it, it becomes, let's all come together in an academy, if you will, in a university sense. Let's have a moot, right? Let's have a moot and everybody come together and say what we're thinking. And I want to, hopefully you can stay for another minute, Adam, because somebody just sent you a direct question with a $5 tip. So they got to get their question put up. They said, Adam, what does the word drogdraten, I can't really say it right because I don't, my Norse sucks, mean to you in regard to Odin?
And before you answer that, I will also note that we got a super chat from Spirit X Diesel just before that with a mic drop. Says mic drop for the knowledge in respect to you, Adam.
So I just highlighted it for you, Adam, just in case if you can see it on my screen
Dragon
on
Droten?
Skype. Yeah, I think that, no, it's Dragadroten. I think it's like undead something, I think is what it's spelled, like Draug. What does, I don't know if you know, I don't know if this is in your wheelhouse even, but they seem to think it is, so.
So if you don't mind, I don't want to like jump too much on that one. And the only reason that I don't want to jump too much on that one is I've actually got a piece of content coming out specifically around that. And
so everybody make sure to go into the link in the description and subscribe to his channel.
Infernal Eve, do you work for Adam to get people to go and sub to his channel? Tell us the truth. Very clever.
Hey, we promote our own crap, but we promote other people's crap too.
He's a master of NLP. If I wasn't aware, look, let me do the game. Let me do the whole thing. Let me do the tricks. No, go ahead. So you have a video coming out about this, and you want to save some of it for that. I agree. Save some. Just give us a highlight. Give us the preview reel of what you can.
Again, like this is the some perceive it as the god of the undead. It's also called the black.
I was right. It's about the dead.
Right. Yeah, and there's a very very deep idea here, especially in terms of Odin and the evolution of the Odic consciousness, from all the way from where Freud kind of like spoke about, or Jung kind of spoke about, because Jung again was a big proponent of Odin and the Germanic philosophy. So it's just there's two. I don't want to do it injustice by giving it just a kind of scrap on, but to me there's a relationship there in terms of the Black Sun. And there's a principle of what some would refer to as necromancy, but I don't really kind of see as necromancy in the same sense. The Dragon Rouge has this idea of necrobiology, which is more of a kind of expanded science. But to me, there's more of a spiritualistic kind of point of view there. So I'd rather not I'd rather address that kind of in full there. In fact, if you're up for it, when I do that piece, I'd happy to come bring it in for a detailed conversation up on here.
Yeah, and I'd actually like to have you back. I mean, I think, I don't know how the audience thinks, but I enjoy talking to you. You're one of the more intelligent people we've had on here. We've had quite a few intelligent people. You're one of the more intelligent people we've had on here, and you're fun to talk to. And your sincerity level is high. You're not here faking anything. And I
speak for the chats, and chat loves Adam.
Yeah, I think Adam's definitely going to be in the top 5 guests easily that we've had on here. So Adam, please come. I know it's hard for you because it's 4 a.m. But if we can get you back like once every couple months, it'd be great. Or if you want to call in anytime, please do.
Happy to.
And I'd be happy to pop on your channel at some point again. So
That would be great.
I'm really glad you came out tonight. I really am.
Okay, so let's make a little commitment there to Infernal Eve as a thank you. We'll do a follow up to that question with some in conjunction with that episode that I'm releasing. That should be during the month of May, early May. Because there is a couple of authors that have just brought out some work in relationship to that, and I am interviewing them, but there's something else that I want to present with that from the DR side, so maybe we can conjoin that and bring that forward on this channel as well.
And honestly, I think a lot of people who like my stuff will resonate even more with yours in some ways, because I advertise my stuff in the left-hand community, but obviously a lot of what I do is Vedic and of that spectrum. So I'm kind of like I'm kind of like, I don't know, I don't want to compare myself to something I'm not, but I'm kind of like someone who's like, not converting, but bringing a new perspective on these things that they maybe never heard before. And I'm not saying you're not doing that. I don't mean that to contrast. I mean that as in, I see you as like, you have a lot of the vibe that people are looking for, the sexuality, the more primal stuff going on in your work that I think will really resonate with people. In a lot of ways. So again, check him out, guys. Give him a shot. And again, I'm sure he won't be offended if it's not your thing, as long as you don't go hating on him. He seems like me. He's cool with criticism, as long as it's genuine and not meant to harm. It's usually cool. So Adam, I'll give you the floor one time. I don't know if Eddie has any questions I'll let you have the floor and say goodbye if that's what you want to do. And I'll shut up for a minute. I was actually really good tonight, right, guys? I let the guests talk for once. I've been really good.
Good DH.
Okay, so if there's any questions, like a closing question from anybody, I think you mentioned there were two, or there was a direct statement.
We got those.
Oh, did we?
Handled.
We got them.
Yeah.
Eddie, do you have any question for our guest now that you're a guest?
We'll let the poor man go to bed. It's early in South Africa.
Not even so much.
He's got to go to work in a few minutes.
Yeah,
he's got to go to work.
I got meetings right through. So good business.
Hopefully you had more fun doing this than your meetings.
Yeah, this was a pretty good start to my day, so I'm happy. It was a great pleasure to be on here. It was great meeting you all. DH was great, kind of following up with you on our chat, and I do look forward to some more of this. In terms of like a closing thought, I feel like there's, you talk about the haters and everything like that's out there. We as a community,
they're out there, all right.
We as a community have enough slack from every other tradition, that is there. I like that kind of old Interview with the Vampire statement. The only crime amongst vampires is, to kill another vampire.
Good quote. Yeah.
At the end of the day,
we've got enough enemies.
Exactly. We've got enough enemies out there. We need to stand together in whatever way, support each other and build our community, properly. And if you don't agree with somebody, that's fine. That's the mark of interdependence, is to hold contradicting points of view without having to buy into the one or the other. If you got something better to bring, then bring it. Our community needs new inspiration, or needs, good conversation or good debates. Because there's an old phrase from an old kind of success coach, Evan Pagan, and he was one of the guys in the early old dating movements. And he said, the more personal, the more universal. So oftentimes, like, whatever you think is that, private struggle that you're going through, it may be something more people are suffering with, but they're too afraid to talk about. And unless that gets raised at some level, unless you're bringing that to the spectrum, we all lose out, and that's what's important. So
I will say I agree with that, especially the vampire statement, but I will also say a rabid dog is a rabid dog. There is a line. There is a limit. So let's be careful, because a lot of these people will act like you're a rabid dog just because they disagree with you. Learn to have discernment. There's people going around the community right now causing problems for a lot of people. They always do. There's a lot of that going on, and I don't want to get into it. It's not my interest. I'm not here to save you guys. But I would hope that if you like what I do, or what Adam's doing, or anybody else, learn to have discernment between your, we had people in the beginning of this stream that got very adversarial about right and wrong, and they couldn't handle the opponent's opinion at all. They just tuned out instantly, which is that's their right. But they went away thinking Thorne's a villain and they're going to go probably look to cause trouble if they've got any balls in them. They don't need to do that because I'm not here hurting anybody. But there are people that are rabid dogs that do want to hurt you in this community. And I do hope that you have the discernment to learn to see the difference. Because as much as I agree with that, we shouldn't be on each other's nuts and trying to hurt each other. I completely agree. But at the same time, learn to see what rabies looks like in spiritual circles. Because they're the same people from the right hand, they just go dark. The same lying, deceiving right-hand path theistic people that try to twist you into cults of whatever, personality or whatever. They're dangerous, okay? They just are. And I wouldn't be doing my fair job of being sincere because they bother me when I see them. But I don't attack most of them because they're inconsequential. They're usually small fry. But every once in a while, they get a following. So always guard your energy, guys. Always guard yourself. Adam, so far I trust you. So far, Adam seems cool. So
far.
You can probably trust Adam. So far. Hey, I got to say that always because, look, there are no absolutes, right? Everything is always a work in progress. Adam may screw up next week and be like, by the way, if you subscribe for $9.95, I will save your soul. And I'll be like, oh, I endorse this guy.
I'll see that happening.
69.
But Adam, I know you got shit to get to, and you've been very gracious with fucking coming on as early as it is there for you. I don't want to keep you too much longer. Seems like you got shit you got to get to.
He's telling you to hang up, Adam.
Okay. Thanks, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure.
You're very welcome, man.
Yeah, so
please come back, man. You're very welcome.
Everybody, tell your friends, warn your enemies, and mind the mother.
Well, we're going to be here. It's just Adam that's hanging up. We're going to stay here for another hour. We got a 3-hour stream to do.
Oh, are we? Okay, cool.
Yeah. What'd you think? I was gonna bump poor Adam off and then be like, that was gonna be it. Nah, man. You're not done.
Now we can have an hour-long.
No, I actually.
Bye, Eddie. I'm kidding.
I actually legitimately thought that was the end of the stream.
No, what time is it?
Fuck.
No, we got about 45 minutes, bro.
No sleep till Brooklyn.
Yeah, Wyatt's asking for more Christian, Thorne.
Oh, well,
you just liked that conversation that much that it felt like it lasted 3 hours.
Fuck,
That's
no, somebody was, damn, now I feel bad. Somebody was like, oh, is the stream ending soon? I'm like, well, we gotta let this guy get to, like, not get to bed, but go do his shit. Ah, god damn.
I mean, we could. It's just become a pattern. We do a 3-hour night. And Wyatt's like, oh, please don't let it be any. I think Wyatt messed you up. Damn it, Wyatt. Your little whippersnapperiness messing everything up. I miss Adam already, damn it. You know what it is? You weren't as engaged. You were busy doing back-end stuff while Adam and I were talking, and you must have got bored. That's what it was.
No, fuck. I like the two of you getting into chats. I legitimately feel like... So normally my prerogative on the stream is to introduce a little bit of the devil's advocate into things and provide some...
Man, you've never disagreed with me once.
No, never. Absolutely not. And, oh, man.
Because he knows better. He knows what would happen, right, everybody?
Sometimes when you get going, I like to just shut the fuck up because obviously people are subscribed to you and you have shit to say and I just want it to be heard. I felt that
even I'm not that arrogant, motherfucker.
Like,
shit.
I'm just gonna shut up. Okay, but actually, I actually do.
They subscribe for you too, motherfucker. Don't, man. My ego's big, but it ain't that big. Shit, bro.
It's your fucking channel.
Fleshy is ironically the.
It fits in my house. I mean,
stream.
What's that, Eddie?
Fleshy is ironically the straight man of this stream.
Oh, right.
Well, no. In some ways, in other ways, no. Like, see, that's the cool dichotomy is. I'm the straight man in one direction. He's the straight man in the other direction. Then Matt and other people and all these other weirdos come along, and we're both just like,
oh yeah,
you know.
Oh, you guys want to know something fucking funny? Yeah, when EA Coedding, DH and I hang out, fucking DH is the quiet one, just like, well, you guys, maybe we should just.
Like get on the ball with the because I'm like objective oriented. When we get together, like everyone's like bullshitting, and I'm like, there's an objective, guys. We got to build this thing and fight this. You guys want to go to the next quest yet, or what? Blah 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 blah.
DH is the DM, and we're all just sitting there fucking talking to the orc in the tavern. Just like,
Right?
oh my god,
That's
I want to
pretty
know the
much.
full backstory of Twiggy the Goblin.
Right? And meanwhile, Twiggy was like a quick roll in the back of a napkin somewhere to come up with an NPC for you guys to talk to, just for a second to give you the quest.
But I will be right back though, because I was
Good. Eddie wants to talk now.
Oh, perfect. Then.
Okay.
Okay, Eddie, talk. We're all going to shut up.
So,
talk, Eddie.
So your
Be
Uncle
interesting.
Eddie, this is to everyone who's still watching or watching this later, wherever you are, put your hands on the TV set and let the power flow into you. Okay? Your Uncle Eddie is going to give you a quest. Step 1, buy the fucking shirt.
Thank you, Eddie.
Step 2, follow your shame. When you feel shame,
Yeah.
that is the feeling of your ego pulling back from some piece of you that you don't want to deal with right now. That's your shadow.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't
Mhm.
deal with it, then you're going to deal with it later.
Yeah.
And also,
I would also say be gentle with yourself in
Yes.
that process. Don't be mean to yourself. Like, people will have this thing, like they'll talk to themselves like a drill instructor. When we're saying follow your shame, at least I hope that's what you're saying. When you're saying follow your shame, I don't think you mean be adversarial to your shame. I think you mean embrace it like a child and say, it's okay. What's wrong?
Yep.
Why do you feel like that?
be,
Don't be like, you're a piece of shit for having shame.
right. Be your own damn priest. Right?
Mhm.
Te absolvo, forgive yourself. Be your own damn priest. And also recognize that in the same way that each of us has a shadow individually, just as we all have sort of our own set of archetypes. We also have a collective shadow as a group of people,
Legion.
a society, and as humanity as a whole. And if you want to know what the fuck is going on in the world right now, this is what it looks like when we go through what probably since at least World War II, probably a lot longer than that. Keep kicking the can of doing the hard work, dealing with some shit down the road.
I mean, a lot of this begins prehistory. I mean, mankind has had a shadow forever because mankind is always ashamed of something. This is the truth in the Garden of Eden with the tree of good and evil. It was not a sin to eat the apple. It wasn't Lucifer saying, here, do sin. It was something caused humanity to get this impression that they are flawed and to have shame over the idea of flaw itself and to have this whole dragging down of our own divinity because we were taught by some external force that we're imperfect. When you read the Bible, which side is telling you you're broken?
Exactly. It's Yahweh.
Right. It wasn't the devil saying you were broken. The devil was saying you're beautiful.
Mhm.
Wouldn't you like to have this too? That's if you believe the propaganda. Again, if you believe that propaganda, which I don't.
Well, and there's a key here in the account of the fall in Genesis. What's the first thing Adam and Eve did when it said their eyes
They
were,
clothed themselves.
they
Yeah,
hid
they clothed themselves.
and they covered themselves.
Mhm.
And they covered their nakedness because they were ashamed.
Mhm.
And so then Yahweh comes along. Well, Elohim, whatever. And
Whatever.
and says, "Oh no,
Elohim,
no.
you mean one of the children of El? And Asherah? No.
Comes along and says, no, the problem isn't that you covered yourself. He doesn't forgive them. He kicks them the fuck out, and then he kills an animal to make them a better covering."
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, and it's all, it's the concept of sin is the further degradation or the further casting of the shadow into the abyss. By making it a sin to be avoided, turns it into a darker shadow. You're eating more of that apple all the time when you engage in the idea of sin, that you are sinful and need to even be forgiven.
Mhm.
You transcend the need for forgiveness. This is the Luciferian or satanic side. When you achieve this state of gnosis that you are the divinity, whether that's through a non-dual perspective, which is what I prescribe, or any other. If you want to remain dualistic and just say, I am a God, all is valid under the sun. There is no sin, there is no shame, there is no wrongdoing in the true nature of what is, except self-deception. And that is only a sin because it breeds shame. It breeds contempt for yourself. Self-deception, why do you deceive yourself? Because you're ashamed. So it's really shame is that first sin. And I got it backwards. It's not self-deception is the first act of shame. Is what I should have said. Sorry if I got it twisted.
Speaking
like
of
I
shame,
said, the Bible can...
Hey, everybody.
Speaking of shame, he's blue as fuck. Oh, yeah. We're all blue on the top here. Everybody's red on the bottom and blue on the top. I like that. But yeah, for real. I mean, that's why as much as I like to shit on Christian religion and will be the first to tell you the Bible is a retelling of ancient myth twisted to turn it into propaganda for the perpetuation of the power structure of whatever, the Hebrews, Abrahamists, whatever, that society.
Well, and
that still within the lines, if you know how to do, there's something called philosophical inversion or metaphysical inversion. It's part of neti neti. You need to invert the question and then reduce it by ripping out anything that's not real. So it's like the train analogy that I keep giving you guys the last couple weeks. If you're on a train and it's moving and you're sitting there long enough, you can forget that the train is moving and think that the world is moving by. But then the real truth is the train's not moving either. There's a relationship in the movement. There is no objective movement. So by practicing inversion, by asking the question, am I moving or is the train moving? Or is the world moving around me? Which is moving? By inverting the obvious, you can get to some truth. By taking the Bible and inverting it with a lot of its dogma and what do I always say about the first commandment? It says, I am the Lord thy God. Read that in the first person and it'll make sense. I am the Lord thy God. There shall be no God before me. Now you're on to something. Yeah, you still got a ways to go, but you're on to something now. That dog will hunt if you chase that dog all the way. If you treat that as a dogma of there is only one true God and it's Yahweh, you are going to fucking never, ever climb out of the pit. Never.
I'm a little bit surprised that you brought up trains now that Adam is left. He was our sexual magic connection.
I was trying to find a way to make that joke.
You know, I really wanted to bring that up more. I think when we get him on again, because sexual magic isn't my forte. It's not really something I'm excited about. You know, I'm not going to lie and say that I've never invoked a spirit to enhance the festivities of my own life. But I will say that, I think that I've never really had much of a longing for it in a way that I felt couldn't be satisfied in a way that made me happy. Like I've never had like this, what's the word I'm looking for? I've never felt repressed about it very much for long in my life. Maybe when I was really young about certain things. There were certain things that maybe I'd feel a little shame for thinking or desiring. But then after I let all that go and just kind of integrated all that, I don't really feel this super duper strong attachment to sexuality to the point where I sort of look at sexuality as just an act that feels good. I don't see that by itself as anything. Now maybe I'm being, maybe I'm saying something that's kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Opposed to what we often talk about, maybe. But, a lot of people would say sexuality has a lot of power in it. And I'd say, well, if you're an amoeba, does sexuality have power anymore? You saying that amoebas are less special than you are because they don't fuck?
I mean,
what is it about sexuality that has power? The reason sexuality has power, and I'll tell you why, I think it just hit me. It's the tension of taboo. That's why sexuality has power. In any tension is power. So when you think of a rubber band, I've often said to you that good magic is like tightening a rubber band and letting it go. When you identify in yourself a taboo and you work through it with magic, there's a lot of latent energy there tied up. So when you go into, if you've got a lot of sexual repression going on and you do sexual rituals and defy that taboo, all of that tension is going to be released as energy in the ritual. I think I just figured it out, guys. I think I just got it.
That's Crowley, right?
Is it? I got to read Crowley once.
That's how we got to magic is stored in the butt. There it is.
Okay, I didn't know that.
We finally arrived. Magic is stored in the cave.
My
the cave
intuitive intelligence just figured it out.
If we just wipe the asshole of the cave clean, we can see the light of day.
We gotta watch the movie Evolution, man, where they have to fucking, I don't know if you guys watched that movie. When you said the giant asshole, I just remembered that scene in Evolution where they pretty much have to, I don't want to give the movie away if you haven't seen it. But yeah, so thank you. That's really cool. I didn't know that was, I don't know if Crowley said that or if that's just an interpretation of Crowley, but that's, hey Crowley, another one in your, Crowley, you can say a lot of shit about him. It's hard to say he was wrong though. Right? You can talk shit about Crowley all day long, but then
I think he would get off on the you talking shit wrong about him.
He might.
Yeah. And you know, on the sexual magic thing, I have never done that either. And interestingly enough, I am in a relationship with somebody who also practices magic, and that is now like the thing of like, oh, hey babe, do you want to do some like magic sex tonight? Oh, no, I guess we'll go back to just vanilla bondage and shit. Okay.
I may have to take a quick phone call, guys. I think that's going to make everyone happy. I'm going to shut up for a minute.
Oh, is it who I think it is?
Yes, it is. So, and it's been 2 calls in a row, so I know there's some crisis going on. So I'm going to mute and disappear for a moment, guys. Eddie and Flesh, be interesting.
Oh man. Especially on this topic. So let's bust out the giant.
Don't say anything I would disagree with, guys.
No, absolutely not.
I'll be mad.
Everybody, this is no longer the DH Thorne stream. This is now the Eddie and Yepson discuss music stream.
Oh, fuck that. I've got like a list of kink magic PDFs an arm long. Like that long. Like Bad Dragon long. Okay.
Ooh, that's pretty long.
We're gonna get kinky. Come on, let's do this.
Let's see how fast we can get his channel banned.
So, well, no, actually, we're just gonna be teasing the OnlyFans portion of the program.
Okay, yeah, I like that.
But no, the Stephen Flowers. Adam mentioned the Order of the Triskelion. Stephen Flowers wrote a really good book on BDSM magic, but BDSM as a spiritual path, called Carnal Alchemy, I think. That's actually really, really good. And I highly recommend it to anybody who's interested in that sort of thing. That's probably a good place to start. There's also Donald Tyson. It's one of his earlier books, which is out of print now, which is Sexual Alchemy, which he later revealed was actually drawn from Liber Lilith, which if you've ever read it.
I've read bits and pieces, actually, especially going over the do not do this ritual one.
Yes.
Did you all miss me? Okay, keep talking.
So, all right, I'll shut up now. I guess we got another caller. So
you don't have to shut up. I was just saying I'm back.
Oh.
So speaking of kink,
shit, sorry, bad timing.
Here's DH.
Speaking of who?
All right, let's get back to our favorite kink in the chain.
Yeah, I guess I am a little kinky. I don't know, man. Apparently I'm a bear according to some people, but I've de-beared a little bit since I lost weight. So I guess I'm still a bear, but now I'm like a more fit bear. What's a bear? Somebody want to tell me what that means? What are we talking about?
Oh, wait, is that
you're going to say don't worry about it. I know
you,
I'll let...
It's one of those, I'm acting like I don't know, but I like getting my shit fluffed.
Okay, so
a bear. I'll let him handle it.
Yeah, so as the resident pie man, so a bear, if you want a good definition of what a bear is, do you have your phone on you
Just
right
Google
now? So I want you to
Do I have my phone number?
I want you to open up the gallery on your phone, and I want you to scroll back about 12 months. Find some pictures of yourself, and there we go.
Really? Does that really count? I don't think I count. I see when I picture a bear, because I'm not much of a judge.
You're maybe not the archetype of the bear, but you fall into you did fall into the bear category.
Gotcha. Okay. I don't know. Like, as I'm not that, I don't swing that way. So like I'm a good artist though, so I can probably figure out. Like, to me, like, what would I think of as a bear? I don't think I can think of anything because I'm not good at this. Like, what?
I was going to go with Zangief.
I'm not opposed to trying to think of it because I'm not repressed. So what would I think of? Fuck. Like someone I would call daddy. Would that count as a bear?
That's in the right wheelhouse.
Oh man, let me think. Shit.
I actually
I don't think I got anybody. People are gonna be dying at this part.
This is totally unrelated to magic, but I've got a funny story related to this, if you want to hear it. So,
is it gonna get my channel banned?
No, not at all.
Then please go right ahead.
So,
story time with Fleshy.
I used to work at this job with this dude, and he and I we fucking clicked like that. We had a lot of time bullshitting one day on the job, and he offhandedly mentioned to me, I should also say he's a fellow bi man. He offhandedly called me a twink, and I got really fucking...
See, I know what that is.
Okay, so good. I got really fucking offended.
It's in EverQuest when a character would have like a high-level character, and they start over and they give them all the good stuff. That was a twink, right?
I love you, TH.
I know what that is.
He called me a fucking twink, and for the record, I'm fucking 6'1". Like, I'm tall. I might not weigh a
Yeah, you're more like a twank.
But like...
Yeah, you're more like a twank.
Oh, thank you. A twunk. A twink and a hunk.
A twunk.
And
You're an alpha
there we
twink.
go, a twunk.
He called me a twink, and I got all fucking offended. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You and I are the same size. He's like, yeah, but look at you. You probably weigh like $150, like completely dry, huh? I'm like, yeah. It's like, I could pick you up with one arm. Like, fucking prove it, motherfucker. And so then he did, and I let out the most embarrassing whelp as he did, and fucking screamed, put me down. So that was the day that I learned, okay, apparently I'm a twink. So
yeah, you're the kind of guy I would have lovingly grabbed by the collar and hoisted up against the wall with one arm just to show that I could do it.
Oh.
Not in that. Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry. We had such a good conversation going for the first part of the stream. I just got to make it a little bit irreverent to get into the muck.
So what's Eddie then? Is Eddie in bear territory, or is he in some? Or are we going to embarrass him by answering that? What is he in?
Yeah, Eddie's in bear daddy territory.
He's in bear daddy territory. Okay.
I answer to Sir.
Okay.
Occasionally, Mein Kaiser.
Like,
whoa! Careful with any German stuff. People are deleting and canceling anything of any kind of. They don't understand these days. Everything is all
referring
binary.
to Kaiser Franz, the Emperor of Austria, not the bad Kaiser.
Boy. I don't know if there's anything good about that anymore, man.
Nazi
You can't
Kaiser.
even. Yeah, you have to be. Are you ashamed of it for some reason?
What? No.
If you are, it's okay.
No.
Oh, then see, you're fucked.
Let me post my giant list of German marching songs on the
I know if people knew my real last name, they'd know that I have at least a twinge of that. I'm actually from Alsace-Lorraine, Belgian, German. My grandparents were from what would now be called a French province, but they saw themselves as German. So, yeah, you go figure that one out. But they were not. But they were also opposed to. They came to America for a reason. We'll put it that way. So yeah. So
same.
What's that?
Same.
Yeah, they didn't do the Hail Ziggy. Yeah, they didn't do the Hail Ziggy thing. They didn't like that. So yeah. So anyway, Gangarang, we've got about a half hour or so. So we did have another caller that was lined up. Are they still waiting?
I believe so. Yeah. Let me give them a.
Unless they're on Discord, because I'm not moving. I like where I am.
No, they're on here.
I'm kidding. Okay, good. Are they a newbie?
No, they are also a familiar face, but we haven't actually heard from them in a hot second. I'm actually kind of curious to chat with them because it has been a while.
Do I have to watch out for somebody appearing naked on my stream that I have to like make sure it's muted first?
The last time we talked to them, they were on camera, but I don't think it's going to be an issue. But yeah,
I think I've got. Let me see.
I'll give you a hint. Right. Their name starts with a pa and ends with an atchwork.
Subtle.
Oh, that motherfucker! All right, yeah, cool. Bring him on.
It rhymes with watch perk.
Gotcha.
All right, I'm gonna give them a little ring-a-ding-ding.
Ring-a-ding-a-ding-ding-ding-ding-ding. How's it going?
Oh well, shit! That was a fast pickup. Fucking hello, everybody.
That was quick.
Welcome to the great, powerful patchwork.
Hey, what's up? Can everyone see me?
I don't see. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can pop some video on for Patchy because Patchy's cool. I like Patchy.
Oh, it's cool, guys. I'm wearing clothes.
You are. I always have to ask because I'm just waiting for that day when it's like just nudity happens and I've got to somehow like
just
come out just full on birthday suit with their diggity ding all swinging around and whatnot.
all three
lovely ladies love the copter.
The helicopter.
Oh, we got double flesh again. Sorry about that.
Double flesh priest.
The universe can't handle it. Oh man.
Crossing the street.
Well, if we're gonna do that, then I'm just gonna take over like this. Be like, what is just me? Now no one's happy.
See, now you're just a bigger bear.
So Patchwork, you get to go over the pentagram from hell there. So you get the cool spot.
Hell yeah!
I'm jealous. Okay. Cool. That's how OBS works, by the way, guys.
Oh, all hail to OBS, you and your strange fucking layout, but you're free and you're what works.
Yes, Lorraine, I was definitely feigning a little bit of ignorance, but it's only for fun because, fuck it, people need to know, and like I said, it is fun to freaking, what did I say? To fluff my ego ever so slightly. I mean, look, the fact that I take that as a compliment should tell you, like, I'm cool, right? I think. Anyway. All right. So, Patchwork, welcome. What do you want to bring up, or what question you want to ask from our panel of guests? Eddie doesn't count. Flesh doesn't count. So, what's your question?
Also, good to see you. It's been. I haven't talked to you much ever since the stream we did with you, but I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I've been doing a little bit better.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like, yeah, I'm not very good at reaching out when people have ish, but I hope you're doing good, and I'm sure someone there will always be there, man. So like, whatever's up, dude. Not to blow all that up, but you're doing good, and we're glad to see you. So what's going on, man?
Honestly, not much. I kind of just wanted to drop in for a bit. That's cool.
He just wants to shoot all the shit and just be that guy. Tell us something magical. Tell us something spiritual. Tell us something magical.
Tell you something magical? I mean, all right. I mean, I guess, can it be anything random that's like related to magic?
Sure. It's your dime, man. You're calling in. What do you want the panel
random.
of weirdos to address?
All right. Here. All right. So, when delving into chaos magic, one of the many methods you could use to charge a sigil is by gazing on it while beating off until you come on it.
Oh man, tonight is definitely. Is it breeding season, guys? Did we enter sex fuck reason? I mean, I'm not.
Well, Hexenoct is around the corner. And by the way, that's called the Sex with Stationary model of chaos magic, I believe, by Grant.
Oh yeah.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some symbolism for ejaculating upon the papyrus. There's definitely some symbolism there. However, I think that some people just do it as an excuse to jerk off and think they're doing magic, to be brutally honest with you. But
I mean, hey, I've had
that
before.
That's something I should have brought up with Adam here. Wasn't even that. It should have been, I wanted to bring up the whole sexual onking practice for masturbation and stuff. That's valid. But so here's the deal. Okay. So symbolically, we have this perspective that sexual congress leads to the creation of this and that. and that there's energies of creation flowing through you when you do that, and that when you spill your seed, it's a waste potentially if it doesn't hit fertile soil of a womb. Remember in my stream how I started last week by asking Flesh Priest if he committed the sin of Onum and let his seed fall upon the fertile soil instead of the fertile womb. There is, I suppose, talking about the nature of sin again, there is potentially a waste going on if that is done without any sort of the problem is people say you need a purpose, you need magic, you need sex, you need whatever. Well, I would say it's a waste if you are not transcending the need for it. That is to say, if you see it as like, oh, this is the only way I can pleasure myself, this really sucks, that sucks. If it's because you can't put sexual appetites to the side and do things that are important, that sucks. If, on the other hand, it's like blowing your nose and it's just a thing you do to balance the fluids, shall we say, I don't think you can call it much of anything that's a flaw, like, to be brutally honest. Yeah, maybe that's just...
If you're doing it for the love of doing it, then just, yeah.
Like, sex is sex, right? Whether it's with another person or not. Like, what's the taboo here? Why is it wrong to do that now? Like, why do we got to turn doing that? Like, why do we got to do no fap? Otherwise you're sinning or fucking up somewhere. Why do we got to do that? Like, how do we know that that's not an instigated thing to rob you of something? Whenever somebody tells me you shouldn't do this, I go, really? Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
I think there is some energy there in abstaining from different practices, just as I don't like...
Yes, but why are you doing it? Like, because I feel the same way. Like, I feel like the fact that I can go to a strip club with the hottest girls in the world and not pop a boner, like, hey, look, I'm fucking awesome because I got that much self-control. But then I realize, why do I think that? Is that because I feel like that should have control over me? Like, why should I feel helpless to that? Like, what is the shadow I'm defeating by doing that? Right? Maybe my shadow is that I want to act like it doesn't bother me, and really, if I integrated that shadow, I'd be there in all my glory with a 12-inch happy duty, right? I mean, wouldn't that be which is more honest, right? How do we know? So when you're telling me like, oh, masturbation is a waste of energy and time, I got to ask why. Why do you think that?
Well, there's nothing wrong with fasting. But
right, good point.
We
right.
fast not because eating is sinful.
Correct.
And indeed, the purpose of a lot of fasts is to make the feast that follows it better. And it's to...
That's true.
And specifically with fasting and a lot of magical rituals, the purpose of it is to take that hunger and sublimate it into something else. So you're taking... By refraining from sexual congress or release, you are sublimating that impulse into something else, and you are learning how to do the internal alchemy of turning your desire for this thing into your desire for this other thing. But the chaos...
But aren't you still chasing the pleasure then, though? Are you really in control of it then?
6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Exactly. I mean, that's why to me it's like, you're right, so you're not wrong. I absolutely 100% agree with you. Although I would argue that if you do a no-fap November, that first happy time in December hurts a little bit or can go a little sideways, But I'm just saying. But, it's one of those things, isn't it? Are we, what's that word? Not an ascetic. What are the guys who, maybe it is asceticism, the people who are like the hermits living in burlap because they don't want to have too much pleasure because they want to have pleasure with nothing. That is it, ascetics.
The bowl of oil.
And then the opposite, the hedonists. That's the opposite. You have so much pleasure it no longer has a hold over you. Which one is right? They're both wrong. They're both right. Which one's right? Which one's wrong? Both.
It's that overcoming attachment thing. There's two ways you can overcome attachment. You can sit the right hand pathway, which is you can sit at the feet of a guru or a master who tells you don't do that thing and whacks you with a stick when you do the thing. Or you can take the path of Asmodeus, and if you're having trouble, jacking off too much, just jack off 7 times a day until you're shooting blood. How's that working out?
I speaking from experience as a teenager, I was once a teenager like some of you, and 7 times wasn't the blood; it was more like 20.
God damn.
I'm kidding.
There's a ghost
I'm
load
kidding.
period
Wait.
before the blood.
When your balls become innies instead of outies, you know you're doing
Oh.
it too much.
Oh fuck.
Oh,
Jesus.
I just went to that scene.
It's definitely that time of the
nail
stream.
in the chair.
It fucking hurts thinking about.
Oh man.
Hi, Patchwork. I'm glad you brought up masturbatory because now we can. It's been a very sexual night. Sexual chocolate.
But actually, from the chaos magic reasoning for the sex with stationary method, is not the traditional sex magic symbolism that you brought up.
Correct.
It is.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
No. Their idea is that when you are at the moment of orgasm, your mind, the psychic sensor basically shuts down. And so if you take your sigil and you're staring at it when you arrive.
You mean when you shoot?
Right. Now you are taking that consciousness, that no mind that you're in, and you are directing all of it towards that intention that sigil represents. And you
Sounds
can
like meditation
also,
with extra steps.
Yes, it is. And you can accomplish that same thing by beating the hell out of somebody.
True.
Right.
That I can agree because I've definitely gone there.
Oh,
I've definitely gone in that space when I'm angry. Yeah.
Yeah. Get punched by a 6'2" Italian dude from Philly in the face 6 times. is a mystical experience.
I can only agree because I grew up as the only white dude in a neighborhood with people that dwarfed me, and I had balls in my hands. You know what I mean? Like I was like, what? Psst. Sweet mystery of life, at last I found you, thunk, and just landed face. Yeah, I mean, I've had that. I've had that experience a few times, but yeah, it's a mystical experience to get your ass whooped.
Yeah, I was the designated training dummy in our Kenpo group because I was the big guy. So when Jim needed to demonstrate a technique, I was the one laying there on the floor, folded up like a lawn chair. I go, what the hell just happened?
I wish I could say I lost more fights than I won, but I can't say that. I will say every time I lost the fight, it was my ego that lost, not my body, though. In every single case. My body was fine. It was that my spirit gave out first. My spirit said, I might have even won the fight technically. I had this one fight that I had in junior high. And it was this kid that was picking on a girl that I had a crush on. And I got mad at him. I challenged him to a fight, and he accepted. And he was about half my size, little Italian scrappy kid. His father owned a boxing gym, so he knew how to fight. I didn't. I was basically, Hulk Hogan or Andre the Giant, basically. That's how I learned to fight. So when I was really young. When I got older, I took martial arts. But when I was in junior high, I had no idea what the fuck I was doing. So we get to it, and I also didn't have any honor. So I'm like, I don't care how big you are. I'm going to kick you in your shins and your balls. I'm going to elbow you. I'm going to do everything that you're not. I'm just going to fucking fight dirty.
Well, what is that? They say that the only fair fight is a fight where there's a ref there. Otherwise, it's street rules.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Also known as American Kenpo. Just punch him in the nuts.
So he's really. Don't forget to re-stomp the groin, according to what's his name. So the first thing that happens is I'm there like, you don't want to do this, man. I'm going to kill you. And he just like jabs me with a hook, not a jab. He hooks me in the ear. And I knew at that moment, like, he's not trying to fight me. He's trying to hurt me. He was trying to fight me. I even knew that, like, getting punched in the ear, that's how you get a cauliflower ear. He was trying to give me a fucking cauliflower ear. He wasn't trying to beat me up. He was trying to embarrass me. And something happened where I guess I was in shock. I started slowing down. I felt the world was like, and he punched me like 3 or 4 times in the head. And I said, that's enough. And somehow we got into like a tackle. And I just, at that point, I saw his back and I just knuckle punched him in the kidneys over and over and over and over as hard as I could, dropping my arm on him, my elbow over and over. And he ended up going down. And everybody told me I lost the fight. Everybody said, you're such a pussy. He's so much smaller than you. He kicked your ass. He's half your size. He punched you in the face. You didn't punch him once in the face. Meanwhile, he was on the floor like a done. Like he was done. And for whatever reason, I listened to those people saying that I lost. Even though I did a lot more damage to him. Because in my heart, I had every advantage and he hurt me. Whereas I felt like he shouldn't have touched me. But he did. And so my bubble was burst, even though technically I didn't lose. And that's not even the only fight I lost, but that's the one that, like, for a long time fucked me up, because I really felt like I lost to this guy half my size. I'm like, wow, my size doesn't matter. Yes, it was completely irrational. Technically, anybody who saw that fight would be like, that was a one-sided fight. The big guy won. Me in my heart, I felt like I lost. And because of that, the very next thing I did within a month or two, I watched the movie American Ninja, and I suddenly went, I want to be that guy. And I started making phone calls. Anybody teach ninjutsu? Anybody? Nobody does. Till I landed at this one school, Fred Villari's Kempo Karate.
Yeah.
And that's where I started, was Fred Villari. And they eventually left Fred Villari because Fred Villari is a bit of a flake. And they went back to the more Shaolin Kempo route, probably closer to what Eddie likes. Now, baby. Shaolin Kempo I would not recommend today. Like today, go to a good integrated MMA street combatives course. It doesn't take years. It takes you like 3 months to be really fucking dangerous. It doesn't take long to learn how to fight. In fact, if I can't teach the average person how to defend themselves in like 2 or 3 hours, I'm not doing it right, because there's stuff you can do even as a beginner. You don't have to be like perfectly trained. It's just getting rid of certain mistakes and then training yourself to like not do the hesitations and the dumb shit that you do as your first reactions. Anyway, so I went there, and I don't like, because everything's off a right punch, and like that's not, you're learning the techniques but not how to use them. So I learned a lot of techniques. I only got good at fighting after that, when I got, had to defend myself in high school and stuff from everybody, because I'm like, well, nobody throws a right punch like that. Nobody does a right front punch like that. So learning how every technique works off of that doesn't work.
Well, here's your magical lesson in that. So Ed Parker's American Kempo system, the big problem everybody has with it is those self-defense techniques you learn in your rainbow belts. And it's like, well, nobody's going to stand there and let you hit them 20 times like that. Right. And nobody throws a punch like that. It's like, of course, no, nobody does. That's not what they're there for. They're there for,
it's like a library.
They're mini katas. And Ed Parker was a school teacher by education. He didn't actually become a school teacher, but his point was, this is learning how to write the letter A. Now go write it 100 times. Now we're going to start practicing words. And
exactly right. No, that's why defensive traditional martial arts. Because traditional martial arts are often, we'll have to do a stream just on martial arts, me and Eddie. Traditional martial arts are shit on because you can't learn to fight from them. But MMA wouldn't be here if traditional martial arts didn't preserve those techniques that they now use in their in practical application. So no, going to a classical school won't teach you much.
I want to cut you off for a minute. Eddie, did we have this conversation recently, or did I hear somebody in a podcast just within the past couple days fucking say the exact same thing?
I might have gotten it from, I think I picked that up from, who was that guy? He's a Kempo guy.
Okay, then.
I don't know.
We definitely wouldn't have picked it up from the same source if that was the case. But yeah, that's weird. I recently, I have heard that same thought, and I recently came across it too.
So Flesh Priest is experiencing deja vu.
Deja vu?
Shit, they're altering the code.
It's the Gnosis.
One thing I'll add too is that, I did like my school because we integrated grappling way before it was cool. Like we definitely integrated jiu-jitsu and BJJ way before it was cool to do it. Like,
BJ.
What's that? Did you call me a hipster, motherfucker? I'll come over there. It might take me a while. It's about a 9-hour plane flight away, but I'll come over there.
Man, no, sorry. I just had a little bit of a cough.
I bet you did.
He'll take your back.
I'll tell. Oh God.
You fold my clothes while I am still in them.
Yeah, I don't know, but I had to say goodbye, because I'll tell you one thing: there is no community more toxic than martial arts on the internet.
Oh God, man!
You want to go have a bad time? Go talk about martial arts on the internet. Everyone's gonna be like, name, rank, serial number. Who's the one who taught you? What style? Blah 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 blah. And they will automatically pigeonhole you into some box where they can just say you're wrong, no matter what. That's why I like HEMA, because it's way more experimental, and people aren't afraid to be like, I have no idea what I'm doing, but I like doing it. Watch my channel.
EMA is awesome.
Wait,
I have
because
I have a whole library of just great sword Landsknecht techniques.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Really, because I'm gonna jump in and say I'm not a part of either one of these communities, but from my perception, HEMA as a subset of the martial arts community seem to be much more fucking burn you at the stake for your opinions.
What? Since when? Which HEMA are you
That's
looking
just the
at?
perception I had, like as an outsider.
Go to a Japanese, like go to somebody who's like likes the Japanese stuff, and you're gonna find a bunch of posers running around, and then the people who hate the posers, and everyone's a poser who's not them. It's the most backwards freaking thing I've ever seen. Unless somebody is sitting there in like the most ancient Koryu you've ever seen, and then they're so pigeonholed in the techniques that they've got to do, they can't even experiment. Like, oh hell no. Now HEMA, I guess I know what you're saying. There are definitely people like that, but not the people I like. Shadowversity is cool. Skull Gladiatory is awesome. Skullgrim's cool. They don't do that. Like they're just like, does it work? Okay, let's see. Let's check it against the history. I like Academies. I can't speak Polish, so I'm not going to say it right. But they did a lot of the Italian longsword stuff. Fiore. They did a lot of Fiore videos with Sword's Path. And those were freaking awesome if you've never watched them. Those are freaking great.
I don't see why
they
everybody
really
focuses
reenact it
on
well.
the sword so much. The spear is the superior weapon.
It sure the fuck is. Don't ever forget it, brother. The sword and quarterstaff, like sword's great, but swords have the reason why swords are cool is because you can recover from a fucking staff to the face. You don't recover from a small cut in the Middle Ages when everything's fucking. Listen, people have this misunderstanding. The swords were these pristine, clean things. You were taught to wipe it in shit in Japan. When you put your sword away, you were taught to wipe it in poop and then put it away. People don't know that because it's not as cool as it being that's Yedo when they keep it perfectly pristine. During the period of Sengoku, you'd pretty much clean it in turds to wipe the blood off, then wipe that off. So it was guaranteed to infect if you gave someone a paper cut with the fucking thing. Like it was pretty much a biological warfare weapon. So getting hit with a sword sucked. Yeah, all that stuff. Tetsubishi, all that stuff. It was all designed to, like, it's designed to infect. Guaranteed to infect is the joke.
But let's not forget,
it's not there.
As cool as swords and spears are, nothing beats the axe. Of course I fuck up right then.
That was awesome, man. That was really, in fact, I'm so impressed. You should have said, and my axe.
Fuck it. I was in for the dad joke.
No, I mean, the blades are convenient because you can carry them around. You can put them on your hip. You can walk around with them in a sheath. You don't have to fuck with them. A staff, you got to fuck with everywhere you go. You got to lean it somewhere if you got to use two hands. You can't bolt it to your body.
Yeah,
you
they're
cool for walking, but that's
conveniently. It's always bumping into things. You're hitting the fucking doorways as you walk through.
Exactly, yeah. And people have a misconception that a staff sucks inside. No, that's what you defend a hallway with is a spear. That's way better than a sword for a hallway.
The biggest thing I'll say is that a fucking spear is going to be made of spear and quarterstaff's going to be made of wood, so that's going to break a lot sooner than solid metal.
You'd like to think so, but if you've got a nice hickory staff that's properly prepared, and you're not just putting it stuck in something solid, it gives enough that it chips it, and it might give you a splinter, but you're not gonna get it chopped in half anytime soon in a fight. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying it's just not. They wouldn't use spears if they broke like they do. Like every time you see in the movie where they do this thing and the guy takes the sword, goes ping and chops it in half. If I ever see, I can't imagine that happening like that.
I mean,
honestly, that's you'd break your sword on half the real staves I own, not these little guys, the real quarterstaff, like the real fucking thick one. Your sword's gonna go ping. If you,
I mean, okay, so I acknowledge that, but also, and I feel validated in saying this because fucking vocational woodworker, I break that shit over my fucking knee. Like, not plywood or anything, like solid fucking maple. Don't get me wrong, it fucking hurts, but you catch it right.
Well,
I would like to see you take a real solid piece of hickory, a real solid, like I use for the for the Oni War Clubs, and I'd like to see you break that over your knee. When we're out of the hospital, and you...
How thick is that? How thick are those dowels?
Like just about baseball thickness.
Okay,
small baseball.
Yeah, see, that would definitely break me.
So this staff, yes, you could break. I think you could break this. I think if I was mad enough and I took it at the farthest ends, like gave a good amount of leverage, I could probably break this too. But it would hurt. This is good hickory. It would fucking hurt.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying I walked away all hunky dory, but I've done it.
But this is also more of a walking stick staff. A quarter staff is 1.5 inches minimum in diameter. I don't like using them because they're uncomfortable to carry around with me everywhere. But you get clocked with a proper quarter staff or a half staff made of the same stuff. Who was it? Was it Eddie? You probably know. Was it Wire who loved this quarter staff, or was it was it Johann Wire who had the treatise on it? And there was some guy who won 1 million duels with a quarterstaff, and it was embarrassingly easy for him to take out like multiple dudes with swords with a quarterstaff. A quarterstaff is a battlefield weapon by comparison. A sword is cool, but it's a sidearm. It's like a pistol. A staff and a spear is more like an assault rifle compared in period, if you want to put it that way. In almost every way. Even in tight quarters, you can grapple. You can do things grappling with a spear and a staff people don't realize. They're nasty weapons, but they don't get to play because they're not as cool. And I love swords. I'm a sword guy by nature. I'm not as good with a staff as I am with a sword, but every time I've gone against someone average with a staff, I got to work twice as hard to even come close to beating them than I do with someone with a sword. And that's not even because I suck. I'm actually pretty good with a sword. It's hard. Like fight somebody who has even a little talent training with a spear or something. Oh, it's hard. Everyone's like, I thought we were talking magic. What happened?
This is
you
magic.
just don't understand.
Everything is magic.
Yeah, everything is magic, but also the flow state. The flow state is where real magic is achieved, and nothing really delves you into that flow state so much as Mortal Kombat, having your life on the line, not having to think about the next moment, just experiencing life as it is, that raw present of the moment, as mortal terror of the extension of your body into another inanimate object to achieve your goals. Or something.
How do you defeat somebody in combat? You let them defeat themselves.
We still talking about swords?
We're talking about everything. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean it's fun. Like you'll see like guys will get like, I want to fight you now over stuff like this. Like, and it's like, please don't. I'm a 44-year-old man. I have children to feed.
Is it really
and
worth
then when
it?
you turn around and go, okay, that's good, I go, ha, pop. I have no shame. I mean, really, I mean, look at Miyamoto Musashi. Was he all about honor? No. He did some of the most dishonorable things to win fights like that you could think of. And he always had an excuse for it. Always had an excuse for it. Like as soon as somebody put their finger on their sword and touched it, he's like, oh, the fight started at that moment. So I was justified in cutting him down before he drew his sword. All this stuff. He'd fight with an oar. He would push people out into the middle of the places where they'd have every disadvantage and took advantage of them every single time. And how good was he at the sword? You know what? People wouldn't talk about him that much if he was just good with the sword. I don't think they would. It's because he outsmarted everybody he fought. Except the one guy with the Joe staff, excuse me. The source of the Aki Joe staff. So
there's a Irish saying that's been in the news recently because the Troubles are getting kicked off again in Belfast, which is there's no such thing as a good war or a bad peace.
Infernus Eve says that Flesh Priest is the most enlightened out of these guys. Oh, that's such an insult. Don't say that to him. How can you say, if you knew what enlightenment was, that's like the biggest insult to someone, because it's like there's nobody to be enlightened, man.
That means
don't say
he's
that
the
about
Buddha
the poor
at
guy.
the side of the road, and we have to kill
right?
him.
Yeah, we have to kill him now too. Oh my goodness.
Right,
oh.
I don't want to have to do it, but it's got to be done.
Wait, do I?
Yeah, all right.
Do I get to choose?
Patch,
the
I think
method
you're a
of
little
my
closer to him than
execution?
I am in geography. We're gonna leave it to you. Please kill Inferno. Please kill Flesh. Not Inferno. I'm reading Infernus, so I say Inferno. Please kill Flesh Priest for us.
All right. My method of execution, I choose to be snoo. My final words are worth it.
That, I mean, all right. I like you enough.
Yeah.
We'll let it be snoo, but we get to choose who the snooer is.
Hey, the great thing about being bisexual, technically pansexual, is that I don't lose.
You might though. I think I could figure. Like, what about that dude?
Okay,
who was in those...
yes. Okay, if we break it down, yes, there's definitely ways I can lose, but like, come on now, let me have this.
I mean, okay. I mean, I was gonna say, what about the guy who did like the one screwdriver videos? And like, what if we?
Oh God.
I didn't have to say what we were gonna have him do to him. We just had to say it. That's how Miyamoto Musashi won. See, it wasn't he was a.
Got in his head. Got in his head.
Oh shit. Actually, Flesh probably just had to use the bathroom. That was just a good excuse for him to go to the bathroom.
Is he done? Is he still talking cursed shit?
Just remember the words. Like the curb.
Oh, man. Oh, no.
Hell no. Whoa.
No.
I mean,
No.
Can we upgrade that to bite the toilet? Can
Can you John stomp someone?
Wasn't that? Didn't we just see that in that Nick Cage movie where he basically did that to one of them? He made it.
Oh yeah.
Right?
John
Bite the
stomp.
toilet instead. Yeah, he John.
Oh my God! Everybody, go watch Willy's Wonderland. I thought it was fucking fantastic. Nobody else really thought it was, but Nicolas Cage fucking crushed a woman's head between his thighs like Sparrow's egg. It was fucking brilliant, dude.
Yeah, that movie was like that bad good.
I promise you that
Infernal Eve says, his Flesh Priest doesn't mind a few nicks and scars. I think Infernal Eve wants you there, Fleshy. I think he's trying to hit on you. Maybe you should, like, I don't know. Is that who's going to get more out of that? I don't know. I'm afraid. I'm afraid for both of you.
Like I said,
I think we got to make this happen.
I play both sides. I play all sides, so that I always come out the winner. Oh my God.
All right, Patchwork, give us something actually highbrow to talk about. Now that we've covered all the man bases, we need some feminine energy in here. I'm not saying you bring that. I'm saying we need some feminine energy
what
in
are
here.
you trying to say?
Actually, you know what? So Patchwork, if you get
What, are you ashamed of it? I got feminine energy. See, I can do it. No, I can't.
I'm just messing.
I got the feminine energy, yo. Yeah.
No, you got a remarkably strong wrist for the feminine energy crowd, my friend. You do a pretty good job. I'm kidding.
But yeah, if Patchwork, I want to hear what you have to say, but if you want to pass the ball, I got something.
Oh, all right.
Speaking of passing
What is
balls,
it?
yeah, go ahead.
Ooh, I was going to entertain the talking head four of us in multimedia as it involves magic.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Come again?
No, he's going to do that later. He only comes once on stream. He can't come twice on stream.
He's not a machine, goddammit.
Not a machine.
I was going to bring up what our favorite magical movies and music are.
Oh, dude, we got to do a whole stream where we review movies. That would be fun.
Oh no, absolutely.
Music? Oh man, dude, I got a whole list.
But like specifically, I'm kind of wondering, like, okay, so there's obvious shit, right? Of like, obviously, Journey to the Mountain, or I'm forgetting the name now.
Holy Mountain.
Of course, I can't
I
pull.
was gonna say Holy Mountain.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, fuck.
Like shit like
Yeah.
that. It's like, oh yeah, obviously that's a magical movie, but like, what's something that you would consider magical that you don't think is a very mainstream opinion? Like, doesn't matter if it's a little bit out there or like a lot out there, but I want to talk about it.
This is not just the most important magical movie you can watch. It is the most important magical book that you can read, political book that you can read, ecological book that you can read. It's just the most important book you can read. Dune.
Please say Dune.
Dune.
I love you. Have all my children except for the first.
Fucking Dune.
Dune.
No, for real. That's my love language. Say Dune. Just say. I mean, say Dune.
Just say Dune. All right, Dune.
Just say Dune.
Fear
is the Mind Killer is tattooed on my body for a reason. I tattoo nobody else's wisdom on me except for my own, and that's the only one.
Wait, do you really? I didn't realize. Oh shit! I didn't realize that's what the tattoo was.
Yeah, for 8 years you've been my friend or whatever, and I showed it to you. Yeah. And it wasn't. It's not a Fear Factory thing. Yeah, that's.
I can't read it.
Yeah, I can't either, but it's
Fear is
cool.
the Mind Killer.
What now?
Well, it's in. You know why? Because I got it in Dark Crystal script. Like of all the like how freaking dorky is that? I got the Dark Crystal
such a fucking
font.
nerd, dude. Yeah,
I am. I'm a nerd. I'm a giant nerd. Because Dark Crystal was going to be my answer to the movie question, but go ahead. No, that's the obvious one. That's too obvious. But go ahead. I'll let you guys all talk. I need to breathe.
Well, you know what?
So Dune, even the movie's really good for that. But everyone knows Flesh had specified that people wouldn't think is magical. So what would you not think is magical that contains some hidden magic in it?
You know what? And I thought of this because you brought up Riddick earlier, and that's Riddick as a Luciferian archetype.
Yeah.
I really like that. Like,
100%, 100%.
How many?
He's probably the
have we
most
referenced
Luciferian archetype
in
I've ever
D&D?
seen.
Just fucking like, I thought you said it was clear. I said it looked clear. Well, how does it look now? Looks clear.
Looks clear. He has to be one of the most like Luciferian archetypes I can think of for sure.
Ooh, Raul Fernandez says Fight Club.
Good answer.
Good answer.
That's a fair good answer.
Big Trouble.
I think it's a little.
Really?
Big Trouble in Little China. Because Jack Burton is the fool. That is the fool's journey.
Mhm.
He is the archetype of the man who knows nothing and thus can accomplish anything.
Okay, I like that. I gotta digest that honestly. Even having
I'm on a martial arts movie kick right now. So,
all right, Patchy. What's your most magical movie that's not magical in direct?
Oh fuck! I lost my train of thought.
Or hey,
damn, dude,
music too. Frankly, any media.
Fucking music. All right, hold on. Maybe,
Mr. Crowley.
Frank Sinatra's My Way.
Oh fuck! With the good answers, Jesus.
That's the Luciferian national anthem right there.
I feel like there was a lot of shit that Frank Sinatra was cooking up behind the scenes. Like he was.
Lorraine Francom just gave me a shout saying "The One" by Jet Li. That's not a horrible. Yeah, that movie's got some funk in it. That movie got some funky metaphysical shit going on.
Not
for
familiar
sure.
with that one.
You got to watch it. It's actually the story about that there's a multiverse and that there's this killer that's going around killing himself in every universe because every time he does, he gets the power of the other. Like basically, the more of you there are, the less power each one has because it's split up. So he goes around killing all of his incarnations until it's like just two, and it's good shit. It's fucking good shit. It's pretty deep.
Okay.
Damn, I have to watch that then.
Yeah,
like
it's a good Jet Li movie.
Do what now? I didn't catch that last little bit.
Ooh,
they said it's like Highlander with fists.
Ah.
Yeah, actually, yeah, a lot like that.
I'm getting a couple things in chats. It says The Fountain, Rick Ricordian's books, The Pursuit of Happiness, Hank Williams' Lost Highway.
Oh yeah, that's a good song.
Wheel in the Sky. You can't play Elder Scrolls Online without the Wheels in the Sky video.
Oh, I love
a song coming to your mouth.
Love
it. Fucking.
Personally, my favorite Elder Scrolls game in the series would have to be Morrowind. Fucking love that game.
Oh, I'll find it in my heart to forgive you. I'm an Oblivion purist.
Hey, Oblivion's alright too.
Ooh,
I can't go back to those old ones, man. They're just so ugly. Like you need to completely change how they look.
Oblivion having ugly character models? Nobody has ever had that thought before.
I mean, hey, you had to for like 2006. That was actually pretty impressive.
There is no computer RPG better than the original Bard's Tale.
Ooh,
Because
never played.
it is the most soulless, soul-crushing grind you will ever play. You will kick down literally every door in that fucking city hoping to find a kobold so you can get 2 more gold.
Hey, hey, dude! I played 1997 EverQuest. Fuck off.
Oh, damn.
But it's still
Still
fun.
trying to think of my answer. What's the most spiritual movie or whatever without meaning to be?
You know what? I'm gonna throw in a music thing in here.
All right.
The artist Moonface. I don't have fucking go listen to Moonface or go listen to Ankle Pants. Fucking those guys. Maybe it's just me and my weird fucking head, but they have some shit that will transport you to some different places.
All right. What's it
Especially-
called again?
Moonface and Ankle Pants, 2 completely different genres. Moonface actually put out an entire album that I find very interesting. The last album of that project is The Tale of the Minotaur in the Labyrinth, told from the Minotaur's perspective. It features vocoded vocals, steel drums, marimbas, and shit like that. And it works in a way that I think is beautiful and doesn't sound like it should work, but it does. And yeah, some of that shit means a lot to me and certainly helped me in certain stages of my magical development.
I mean, I'm not going to say I'm ear blind, but I'm definitely ear blind compared to like Fleshy.
Man, I like all
EA
shit.
Wedding has arrived on the scene. He is here, ladies and gentlemen. Someone.
Holy shit,
EA
Wedding's
Wedding has joined us.
Be serious.
What's up, EA? He's
Okay.
he's got his unicorn pajamas on, so he's
Oh, does
snuggling in.
he? Is he
Okay.
actually
Yep,
like
yep,
doing the call, or is he like just in the chat?
Oh, he's in the chat.
No, he's just in the
we,
chat.
we got to
Oh,
stop
he's
talking
in the
shit
chat.
about him now, you guys.
Oh, man.
I
He's talking about his long, hard day, so, you know.
Why is it every time EA shows up in the chat, I'm being a jackass about something?
Well, the
Let's-
fact that you're thinking that just makes it more of a jackassery because he doesn't probably think that way.
Yeah, well, I'll answer that for you. It's because you're always a jackass. You only become aware of it when you can view yourself through EA's perspective.
Ooh,
That's the
yeah,
answer I was
Elias.
looking for.
Eddie.
I
Eddie.
am
Yeah,
I
Eddie,
am the holy
man.
jackass of the left-hand path.
I mean, at least you own it now. But I would have just been real quiet and just been plotting Flesh Priest's downfall from this moment forward. Because I am like every other occultist online. And I'm going to curse you now. Like, here I have access to demons and gods, but I'm going to use that power to curse people who offended me on the internet.
Oh, fuck.
Say bad about me, you shall suffer.
Okay. I am the voice of chat. I gotta call out. I like these 2 people even more. Lorena Frankrom says, I'm sorry if I
She's put some good
mispronounced
answers
that.
up.
Says, the 5th element, also a thing. Fuck yes. And Eric Coetting says, the artist is Lords of Canada. I think that's Boards of Canada. Fucking awesome. They're kind of experimental and really interesting, and I fucking agree.
See, I'm racking my brains because I can think of a lot of spiritual stuff, but I can't think of ones that are, to me, not obviously spiritual, and that's like where I get my head twisted.
Yeah, I
Both, man.
I
You
feel
know?
like I feel like I fucked up in asking that question because by saying
I got an answer. Being there with what's his name? William Hurt. Being there. I think was it William Hurt? I think it was William Hurt.
I don't think I've seen that.
It's an old movie from the 60s about this guy who's like an idiot savant, and he's like a gardener for like this rich guy, and the rich guy dies, and everybody finds his gardener, and he only talks in context of gardening. And you want to talk about the epitome of the fool card? This is it, because this whole movie, it actually comes out of the Bible. It is better to hold silent and have everyone, assume you're a genius rather than speak and prove that you're an idiot. You know what I mean? Something like that. I forget the exact line, but maybe Eddie knows because he's been trained in that shit. But yeah, being there if you look it up, especially the ending of that movie, like when you realize, like, wait a minute, there's something extra going on here. I think being there is going to be my least obviously spiritual movie.
Oh,
sure.
I got a good one. Just left to mind. Videodrome.
I don't remember that one.
Speaking of the wall of pain behind me. No, but it's very much about what.
Videodrome, is that the fucking 80s one where they all kill each other on camera?
Yes.
Oh fuck! I've only
with
seen 5 minutes
James Woods and Debbie Harry, and she gets really kinky in it, and that's a spiritual experience all its own. Let me tell you.
I'm in. Googling.
So Eric Quetting says, "What's up, my brother? I love both of you. Actually, the three of you. I'm starting to love Eddie too. It's pretty much because you're always being a jackass about something. That's why that's what we love about you."
Okay,
got my second pull quote for the book.
So DH, Patchwork, and soon-to-be Eddie have EA's love. I'm working on it.
Yeah.
Oh, I think you got his love. I think half the reason he's friends with me is because he wants to get to you.
For that sweet, sweet flesh action. Anton Erickson says "Head Like a Hole" by 9 Inch, and I'm pretty sure he meant Nails.
Oh,
yes.
Fuck yeah! If I'm gonna think of a song,
and
that reminds me of a song.
Also, Wyatt Coverdale, Willy Wonka, Pure Imagination. Fuck yeah.
True, Willie. Yeah, that one. True.
Oh, what was
I was gonna say the song by oh my god, Aerials. Fucking Aerials. Always, if you read the lyrics to that, basically describing a non-dual reality.
What was the first song off of the 9 Inch Nails Broken EP? Was it Wish? I just remember the line, I'm the one without a soul, I'm the one with this big fucking hole. Like that was my getting angry at the church and getting out song.
I mean, if you read Slayer the right way, it's basically they're all magical incantations if you read the Slayer lyrics on South of Heaven. Like half of those songs you can use as curses and initiations with dark gods. It's all fucking great. Like the final song, "Spill the Blood," that's like a vampire initiation if I ever heard one. It's fucking great.
Bloodlines by Slayer.
If we're talking about like songs that are like good for like rebelling against like the establishment and like the church and stuff, it's like one of my go-to songs, "Heresy" by 9 Inch Nails off of their Downward Spiral album. Fantastic fucking song.
Yeah.
I mean, how about "Row, Row, Row Your Boat"? That's pretty spiritual if you really think about it.
Oh, let's dive into that. "Row, row, row your boat gently down."
Probably the most Zen song that's ever been written.
Okay.
Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Basically, carry water. I mean, chop wood, carry water. Gently down the stream, merrily, 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 merrily. Life is but a dream, which is, you're good. Then you got to do it in a round where we all got to sing it. Like, so that's like reincarnation happening. Now you got reincarnation going with this. Yeah, it's "Row, row, row your boat" for sure.
It hits blunt.
Hold on, that's what this looks like, doesn't it?
I wish.
That was a Joe Rogan moment right there, certified. Good.
Dude, it's legal here now, so don't be surprised. No YouTube, no Susan Suzuki or whatever your name is. It's not what it looks like.
Went something another, something, whatever. Impossible to fucking pronounce the last name. There you go.
Smoking big old doinks up in the live stream.
Eric Quetting says Patchwork is a little shady. You're a little shifty, he says. He says, I'm still working on whether I like Patchwork or not. He's a little shifty, says the snake oil salesman. I love EA, man. God damn it. I fucking love this man. I love this man so much. Dude, if you can't be an open snake oil salesman, what else can you be in this world? I mean, come on now.
Oh, speaking of, I have a new deal. You have to get ordained in the Church of the Subgenius first, but once you are, I can guarantee I can save your soul for $19.95.
Ooh, that's a good deal. Okay.
It was Peter Sellers in being there. I'm sorry, it's Peter Sellers. Thank you, Stoll. Keep going, Eddie. Sorry.
Nah, that was it. Just send me.
You have to join. You have to join the Church of the Subgenius.
Source to save me. I'm very much capable of saving myself.
No, I got this whole scheme worked out. It's called the Church of Spiritual Accounting.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. No.
So,
Patrick,
so
you
problem...
can save yourself, but imagine how much free time you would have if you let him save you, and then you have the time to do other shit.
But
Eddie, show EA the shirt. I don't think EA show. Let me blow you up. Hold on. Let me blow you up to full scale. EA, look at this new shirt. This is what we call primo blammo. It says magic is stored in the butt. Aleister Crowley, legendary occultist and power bottom. That is a Thorne Hub exclusive. I put it on a sleeveless version if you want it.
I know. I actually just ordered that shit. A fucking Eddie putting me on blast over here. Actually, you and Eddie. So I went ahead and
he's the only one. That thing's been out for like a month, and he's the only one who bought it. Nobody's bought the new Tapestry either.
You fuckers
people
are all
just don't
slacking.
care about tapestries. You're all slacking. Freaking. Don't give me this economy recession bullshit. Go make money, motherfuckers. What the fuck? I'm working it.
Let me just go to the money tree where money grows.
Look, that's what I do. That's what I call YouTube. No, I'm just kidding. I wish it was that simple, man. It would be great. No, I really need to get a fire lit under my ass again, because I've got like 6 projects that if I did them would turn into money anytime now. Like if I re-released Become the Maelstrom as a hardcover with new edition, basically, like rewrote half of it and re-released it in hardcover, I could probably make bank on it. But the problem is that I feel like it's only been out for like a year and a half, 2 years. I feel like it's too soon to do a second edition yet. What do you guys think?
I mean, hey, if you released a hardcover, I'd buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would probably come out in paperback and hardcover.
I think if it's in hardcover, then that would be a thing. Because that was what I was telling you immediately. Is like, I would have bought the book sooner, but I want a fucking hardcover because I want the work by my friend to fucking last.
And that and EA and Jen Vatsa both turned me on to finally doing Audible. The problem is I got to figure out, since my books are like cookbooks, I got to figure out how to present them so that there's a Audible part and then a cookbook that you download with it that you can use on the side.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know about magical books as audiobooks.
Well, considering half my books at least are deep dialogue, I think it works. If I could somehow work it so that I have to look and see if they offer this. If I can offer the ebook with like standard with the Audible, I think I'd be, as the creator, I'd be okay with that. Like I'd be fine with that personally, because then you could read the parts that you need to read.
A Serial's audiobook he did of the Lucifuge, I think it was his contribution to the Lucifuge Compendium, was really good. But that worked because it was a narrative. It wasn't.
My next book is all narrative. Like for those of you who have seen pieces of it, and I'm deep in rewrite territory because there's a couple chapters that I wrote that I loved when I wrote them, and now I'm like, this is too wordy. It's too cerebral. I'm sorry. I know my audience, very cerebral people, but there's a point where it's like, I don't want to read this. Like, I just know, like if I'm reading it and going, yeah, I know that I don't feel like it. Like, I know it's no good. So I got to not dumb it down. I was going to say dumb it down, but I meant I got to condense it into brevity rather than
trim the fat.
And if it doesn't work, yeah, I got to trim the fat. And even if it's a really deep point, I got to present it in a way that, a wise man said, you don't really know a thing if you can't explain it to a child, basically. If you don't really know something, if you can't explain it simply. And if I need to write a 10,000 word essay to explain a simple thought, I've got to do better. I've got to do better than that. So it's definitely some work that I'm doing on it. But so it's getting postponed. It was going to be probably around June. I was going to put it out. Now it's probably going to be more like the end of summer. But, we'll see. I've got to, what it also is, because of combination of the coof and because of my wife's busy season and because I've been self-employed for a year, it's like I've had it too good, like it's too cushy, and I've got to go do some hard labor again to like get purified of the cushy depression, like that There's no challenge. Like it's all just like, it's easy come, easy go. I need to have that challenge again to make me feel the drive to do the work again, I guess is what I'm saying. So I basically gotta suffer a little bit.
Release it in the form of an 8-season anime.
Where each episode is the main character powering up a little more.
Yep.
So here's so DH, you mentioned that you have like 5 or 6 projects right now that are kind of, I don't think you said back burner, but kind of you're juggling right now. And I've definitely got...
It's back burner juggling. It's like, I don't feel like it because I'm fucking, like I need to get out of the house. Like I'm finally, like, my introvert side is satisfied. My extrovert side is like, can we go to the club now? Can we go to a metal show? Can we freaking do something? And I need to go out in public and be like, and hate everybody again. So I want to come back and work. That's what I need to do.
Well, you're too busy playing D&D 3 times a week with me.
So
that's my outlet. Well, Eric just said do video courses. I do them. That's actually been one of the points that I'm doing well on is every week I have my video class, which then becomes a video course. So that's been doing well. But you know what? I know he's like, it's all about bundles. I believe you, brother. You're completely right. But, again, I got to condense, people, I don't know. Like, I feel like I got to condense. We'll see. Cause I'm going to take those classes I did when I'm done with, say, all the chakra stuff, then I'm going to edit those down into a couple of videos that will still be there for people. So we'll see. It's in the book, but again, that's all like, do I feel like it right now? So I need to go suffer. I need to go stick my face in mud and move trees around again for a month or 2. So I fucking hate life and then come back and do this. That's what it is.
But here's where I was kind of leading with that is so as you know, this is still relatively new being into this community for me. I've gotten the impression that
but you've always been here, Flesh, because we are one.
A lot of people in the LHP community are very much jacks of all trades, I'll say, where we juggle a lot of different interests and talents. And I want to hear from everybody on here if you think that is applicable for you, where a lot of us don't have that single-minded doggedness to pursue one thing really exclusively. And I'm wondering if that's intrinsic of just the LHP in general, or I don't know. It's kind of a half-cooked hot take right there.
I think that you're right in the sense that the successful ones are. I think the ones who they only have one talent, for the most part, unless they've got a gimmick somehow, they don't do as well. There's exceptions, but they kind of prove the rule. All the ones that I look at that I'm impressed by, they're more than just an author. They're more than just this. They're capable of doing multiple things somehow. Mm-hmm. And I really think that, like the ones that I see that I like, I mean, take Behemoth X, take EA, take all this, I know EA's got people doing stuff for him. Yeah, sure. But he's no dummy. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to edit. He knows all of his work. He writes. He's an artist. Look at his freaking ritual chamber. That man knows his craft.
Oh, fuck yeah.
He builds this gorgeous fucking the machine that he did.
The fucking radionics box. The
radionics machine.
I was mad about that because it's like, fuck, dude, that looks good. You're not supposed to be able to do good shit like that. Leave it. Ah, dude, fuck it.
He builds this Star Trek, Star Wars level fucking Doctor Who radionics machine that everybody's like, well, we're done. He broke it for everybody. No one can do it now. So he does this. His ritual chamber looks ridiculous. And I know that like we only see one. I'm sure, like people are like, oh, that's a film set. I'm like, well, of course he's got to videotape himself. Of course he does. This is a film set too. What do you freaking want me to do? But I practice here too. So people will have their criticism, but look at how gorgeous it is. If you don't look at that and go, yeah, I'd do magic in there, there's something wrong with you. Come on, if you wouldn't do magic in there. So he's got talents. Behemoth X is an artisan with video. I mean, I don't know. Like if someone said Behemoth X is going to shoot your next fucking ritual, I don't even know if I could keep my pants on long enough to freaking jerk off about it. Like that's how excited I'd be. So you got all these people, they've got all these different talents. So I agree with you. Like, I don't know what the audience is going to say. I agree with you. I think, being left hand means a sense of independence. Even if you're part of a tribe and a collective, you are independent in there, and you don't feel like you want to count on everybody for your progress. I hate the idea that I have to beg. What's that?
Yeah, what it is, a sense of independence, not having to rely on everybody for everything. Not to say that you don't have specialties or maybe other people do things better, but you want to be able to do a little bit of everything yourself. Maybe that's what it is.
That's exactly
I think
how
so.
I feel.
And
yeah, so you know what, we've talked about it. Eddie and Patchwork, do you have any thoughts? Is the whole fucking jack of all trades thing applicable to your life, do you think?
Well, yeah, I'd like to think so for me personally, because there's many things that I know how to do, and there's more things that I want to learn how to do, so that way I can become more independent and not having to rely on others. If that makes any sense.
No, it makes total sense. And you're a young buck, so you got plenty of time to learn a lot of things, man.
I'm gonna get deep here. I'm gonna go philosophical here.
Ooh.
So what is?
Don't do that on my stream. What's wrong with you? This is all about butts.
But I like Eddie's philosophical rant, so.
What is the left-hand path, if not the school of life, right? Because that's kind of the whole point of it, is that instead of sitting at the feet of a master or a guru and learning this the slow way through 10,000 reincarnations or whatever it takes, right? We are going out and confronting the thing directly. Like that whole point with the gnosis of Asmodeus. If you think it's money that's going to solve your problems, here's a dump truck load of it. How you feeling? And beyond that, the left-hand path is the path ultimately of love. Love for oneself, love for the world, love for other people. And if we love life, both the neat and orderly and tidy part of it and the chaotic, messy, sometimes dark side of it, of course we're going to end up sticking our fingers in a lot of pies.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not...
Absolutely.
Oh, shit.
No, I know but I know you're being a pervert too, but no, you're right. I mean, it is like that. I mean, how can you, I haven't met a single enlightened seeker who was a one-trick pony. You know what I'm saying? Like all of the people that I look at and go, they have achieved this state of unity and non-dual nature. They are as multifaceted as they come, even if they are only known for this one thing. Some of them are a little boring sounding, and you could criticize them for X, Y, and Z. And some of them do lead simple lives, but the ones who really, to me, stand out, the ones that I look for, are the ones that have a zest for life, that aren't just stuffy bookworms that repeat wisdom. I want the ones like Alan Watts. I want the ones like Sadhguru, who I truly believe is a murderer. I shouldn't be saying that so much because it could be slander, but I truly believe the evidence suggests that's what he is. But the guy has lived an amazing life. Alan Watts had an exciting fucking life. He died like basically in an artist colony, like following his passions. These people are the ones that I want to not just emulate, but that I resonate with. When I watch their life, I go, yes. I look at people like, one of the reasons I love the crap out of E.A. Quetting is because he lives his fucking life, man. He doesn't like bullshit. Like, that's not to say he's not sad once in a while. He's a human being, but I'm saying he's not ashamed to be a human being. He's proud to be a human. Even when he wants to transcend it, he's like, no, I'm flesh and blood. I fuck, I shit, I do this, I do that. And he's irreverent about the things that people think are holy. And he goes out and lives his life by like if I said to that guy, hey, do you want to go, I don't know, you want to go shoot guns down in the quarry? That sounds boring to us because that's basic. He's gonna be like, can we climb the quarry and then shoot from the top? Can we make it extra somehow? And like if I had a starship, right, and I was picking my crew, First of all, Eric would need a babysitter, guaranteed, but I'd want him on that ship because without him, that would be the most boring fucking spaceship I can imagine being on. So I want a dude like that on there. And that's why I like him. And that's why I like you guys. You guys have some adventure to them. Maybe not Eddie, but no. and he's like, fuck you, dude. For real. That's the thing. I'm not just blowing kissy smoke up Eric's ass. It's a fact. It's one of the things I look at him and go, okay, he's like the people that when I was going to clubs and bars, right? He was the guy that I'd hang out with, and he would get me in trouble and I'd get him in trouble, and we would just cause just nonstop shenanigans with, because I think we would probably, like, I would balance him down a little and he'd bring me back out of being normal. Like, I think we would just like level it just right so we'd get somewhere. Like like a good combo of characters that one's the problem guy and one's the straight guy, and then they end up like, what's the movie I'm thinking of that does that? Like Flush and I do that too.
Yeah. He is he would be the fucking, you would be, it's kind of like the Hangover of, you would be the, what the fuck did we just do last night? What did you get me into? Like, I don't know, but it was pretty cool.
Well, I'm about to get you all back into Pulsar: The Lost Colony again, by the way, because that's releasing soon, and I don't know if I can wait for it to release, man, because Eddie wants to play too.
I picked it up today. It is kind of fun. And it runs on a Mac.
Anton Erickson said they're working on some mantra trance music right now for fun. Absolutely. If you were not in the Discord, join the Discord and tag me in it when you get done. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, I think he is there. I'm pretty sure I've seen Anton there.
I'm pretty sure, but I wanted to put that out there because fucking anybody who's watched this enough knows that once you start fucking audio around me, I'm fucking in.
Except for when I did it. You were always like, that's nice.
What the fuck are you talking about? I'm always
caught like a motherfucker.
No, fuck you, not caught. What the fuck are you? Bring up seats, Thorne. When fuck
bring up receipts? Audio, bringeth receipts.
Bringeth. Yeah, I challenge you. I challenge you, one sorcerer to another. My reality has no receipts for which you can procure, which will show me being deceitful in my statement that I am never not in when it comes to audio. Time.
I'm just, the form of that receipt's going to have to be my next song, and I'm just going to have you remaster it for me and make it good. And you're going to be like, I'm sorry, I got stuff to do. No, I'm kidding. I'm doing it.
Oh, you do it too well. Ooh, that one hurt a little bit.
All right, last incense stick, and then we're good. When this incense is done, we're done.
Ooh,
so, because I got to tuck my wife in.
Yeah, how much is left of it?
Yep.
Oh, it's brand new. It's got about 15 minutes left.
Yeah,
half hour,
all right.
Tops.
Your wife went to bed a while ago. What do you mean tuck her in?
That's true. But she'll wake up when I go in there and slap her around. I'm kidding. I would never do that.
Oh, yeah.
But she'll wake up.
Don't be ashamed of the kink. Embrace the
kink.
Well,
I'm not gonna kink
Well,
shame.
the thing is, I am not ashamed of the kink. I'm ashamed of the YouTube censors that are going to be like, what did he say? Delete channel.
Man.
Oh, fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of what did he say?
This was going to get monetized anyway.
Oh, yeah, not a chance in hell. Fuck, Eric Wedding just reminded me with something he said in chat. Last week, maybe it's good that I did it, but last week when I was wearing my wig and whatnot, I totally meant to bring up something about just how hot Zerafina was while I was wearing the wig and, impersonating EA, and that's too late now. Fuck it. Whatever.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
So, CM Hell Nickian said something interesting. Said, hey, DH, I was working with King Beleth. King Beleth is awesome. It should also be thought of as Queen Belette, because Beleth is really Belette. It's one of the Bellettes. It's like Baal, but it's the same thing. It's the Akkadian feminine instead of masculine. So it's really Queen Beleth. I found that Beleth, when you work with him, it has a very feminine energy to it. If you talk to him long enough, you'll get like this weird femininity to it. Anyway, so King Queen Beleth, he says, King Beleth, and we spent the ritual talking about self-love. He told me when it comes to self-love, everything in life flows downstream of this. Your thoughts? I mean, I think that's pretty obvious to me. I think that, especially from a non-dual center, all love is self-love, right? It's all self-love. And everything we do as an ego, because we're not an ego, but we think we're an ego. We have an ego experience. Everything we do from that ego experience is done because we love ourselves. You don't love anybody external to you. You think you do because you think they're external to you. They're not. But you don't love anybody else's ego. Flesh Priest, you're a piece of shit. Eddie, you're a piece of shit. Patchwork, you're a piece of shit. I love you because I love the way it feels to love you. It's not because you did anything. I love you because I love the way I feel loving you. So self-love is really the wellspring from all of this compassion. If you truly understand the non-dual nature, my left-hand approach is to say I love myself so much that I love the world, right? But the truth is, from a non-dual perspective, when you recognize yourself in everything, that's when true compassion is possible. The thing is, though, if you love the world more than you love yourself, you're not really loving yourself. You're not really loving the world because you are the world. You have to have, so for an ego experience, for someone who is trapped in an ego paradigm, which we all are, by the way, don't ever tell me you don't have an ego. You always do. I shouldn't say you have an ego, excuse me. Don't tell me you don't experience ego. We all do. It's when you have an ego that you have a problem. So when you're experiencing ego, of course, it has to begin from you, because the whole point of the ego experience is to be focused onto this one pinpoint of nature, to see the self as somehow opposite from the other, to have a position of perspective. The only way that you can learn to love it all is to love yourself so much that you recognize how important all of it is to you, so that that love becomes universal for all things.
Mama.
So this is why the left hand would teach you love yourself so much that you end up loving the world.
Mama
That's how I would
said
define
you
it.
can't love another until you love yourself.
Makes sense to me.
Ralph Fernandez says any assertion is ego. Very good. Yes, that's and this is why it's so difficult to talk about, because in any effort to communicate it, I've got to go through an ego to do it, because that's where all of this is happening. And even pointing at it, I'm lying to you, because I'm still telling you it's a thing. It's not true. It's just that the only way I know to do it is to walk you through this stupid linguistic game of love yourself and love the world. And if you listen to my video, CM Hellion, from Beleth, if you listen to the one I did for the invocation of Beleth, go into D.H. Thorne's binaural beats. There's actually one, and I say, love thyself and love the world, something along those lines. Actually, excuse me, no, I'm sorry, that wasn't Beleth. It's the heart chakra binaural, excuse me, the heart chakra one. If you listen to that one, those words come out of me a lot, because it's very true. Love thyself and the world is love. So Beleth is not lying to you. The thing is, you shouldn't, trying to exclude that self-love from the world love gets you into trouble. When you start thinking that loving the self means praying, and praying is not bad, praying is part of nature, but I mean, when you think it's a one-way game, when you think your ego is real, and you try to satisfy that as the self, that's when it turns toxic. It's when you recognize your ego's a valid experience. There's nothing wrong with, like, when people say, how dare you talk about ego, Thorne, and then act egoistic. Motherfucker, I haven't met somebody who's not. They don't exist. Because this doesn't exist. You can't have a human experience without the ego. It's that when you transcend it, and you know the ego is just a mask that you're using, who's the thing that knows that? You have to keep going back further and further. The thing that knows that, there is no thing that knows that. You could search for that forever. You could use that search forever and never find it as long as you're looking for the thing. It goes like this. There is consciousness, or the state of knowing, and it has the experience of the known, and one of the things that it knows is the self. All of that takes place within the knowing. The knowing is not a verb, or it's a verb and a noun and an adjective. It's all of that. The knowing is what it is. And it has the experience of an ego as the knower. And the known is a thing that is experienced, which means the knower is a known. It's all within the knowing. The knowing loves the whole thing. And it knows itself as the knower and the known. Because what the knower is knowing and what the knowing is having an experience of is itself. It's like an eye looking into itself, and the refraction creates everything. It loves what it experiences. The right-hand path wants to put you in submission to that. The left hand wants you to own it. That's my view. Wrong or right, don't care. That's my view. Okay, I'm going to shut up.
I would expand on that a little bit.
Don't you dare. No, go ahead.
From personal experience, is that love, especially in the English language, is kind of a slippery concept. But
it is. Yeah.
I would add to that maybe the first step on this path is to practice radical, absolute acceptance of yourself and others. And the great thing about it is, because separateness is illusion, every time you accept someone else as they are, you are doing that to yourself as well. And so
that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
And vice versa. So,
I mean, not to cut you off, but that goes back to the thing that shall not be named that we talked about before.
You're right. And by doing the one, you automatically level up at it for doing it to the other.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're once you sort of grok the notion of the illusion of separateness, and I'm not quite as strongly non-dualist as DH is necessarily.
What? How can you be not strongly non-dualist? If
well, from a non-dualist,
you either are.
Saved himself.
How dare you come on my channel and not be a non-dualist? What the fuck?
This on the eve of my sister's wedding.
Right? Oh, man.
Is that the point just totally evaporated out of my fucking head.
And there's the shadow that I love evoking out of people. It's so great.
Let me refresh your train. You were all deep and philosophical about the darkness within others and accepting ourselves and what is in others.
Oh,
you were in, yeah. Right. The goth inflection was strong in you.
So what I'm saying is the darkest part of your body is the butt, and that's where the magic is.
Yeah. So if you're afraid of magic being in your butt, you're not being non-dual about it. If you have a problem.
The true yoga is to strip down naked and do somersaults until it gets dark, and you will be one.
Wow.
With the Ouroboros and a brotherhood of the ass hat sect.
See, I knew Eric was going to love your grok comment. He says, "Grok, I just fell in love with you," because not many people know what that is. Yeah, even I forgot what that was. I think Eric reminded me what that was. Yeah,
I'm an old hacker.
Nerds. But yeah, I mean, what do you have to do when you raise Kundalini, right? You got to clench that butt cheeks a bunch of times and get that Kundalini to rise and light a fire in that root chakra, baby. Ooh, yeah.
That's why I take the direct route, and I take the crown chakra and I put it directly in contact with the root chakra.
What it is, it passes through the void to get to your ass. The people don't realize your crown chakra is the bottom of your root chakra, and your root chakra is the top of your crown chakra. It just is.
From a non-dualist perspective, all hats are ass hats.
That's right. That is right. And all asses are hats, and all hats are asses. Absolutely.
The hatness in me salutes the assness in you.
Well said. Well said. We have definitely reached the third hour.
God damn it. Eddie always has like... Okay, so first of all, anybody who's listening to the stream after the fact, like... Oh man, this stream started off so much differently than it ends, but Eddie always has a way of finding like the perfect ways to just leave off on. Like when I streamed with him on my channel, I just wanted to fucking cut it out right at a certain thing. He said, you have a way of finality with what you say, of just the fucking root chakra is the top of the crown. Oh my God.
I show up and we're on the express elevator to hell going down. Because by lowering the conversation, I'm raising the conversation. I'm getting my guru shtick down. I decided...
Patchwork, give me a chin grab with me. Do a chin grab with me.
I decided there's more money in the right-hand path, so I'm going to go the guru route.
As we descend, we ascend as well.
Oh, for real? No, you're not kidding with that one. People, when they accuse me of like being in this for the money, I'm like, motherfucker, have you seen how poor left-hand path people are? What are you, high? Like, we have to do magic to make money. Like, I can't just make fake books and make money like the right-hand path people can. Right-hand path people are fucking loaded with money by comparison.
DH, if you were in this for the money, every other video would be like, I'm gonna teach you how to reach Belial's 12th chamber of pleasure for low price of $12.99. I'm gonna sell you the mugwort and the spearmint that you need. Yeah, like,
I mean, that was next month's plan for money, but you know.
Oh shit! Spoilers.
Incense.
No, I won't lie. It's crossed my mind to make spell kits and stuff for spirits that I work with that I feel like I know what they would want, you know, and to offer them, like, I'm not even like ashamed to say it. Like, some people need that help, you know, and if they don't realize how easy it is, then they got to pay. I mean, what do you want me to say? I mean, it's true. If they don't realize how easy it is, then they got to pay for that honor of finding out the hard work.
Working with like spirits and stuff, as far as like offerings, what color candles to burn and shit like that, I kind of just go off my intuition. It's like, oh, maybe this and this would work. And 9 times out of 10,
so long as you're keeping it sacred while you do it, so long as you're doing it sacredly. If you're half-assing it and you're doing it because you're lazy, that doesn't work. If your whole reason for just going with whatever you got is because you're lazy and don't put effort into it, not going to work. If, on the other hand, you do it from a perspective of sacred irreverence, I guess, I don't know how that works, but it's a paradoxical concept. If you come at it from that perspective and say, you know what, not just any candle will do, I got to go and steal one off an altar out of a Catholic temple if I really want to get Satan today, because he wants that stolen Christian prayer. That's what he wants, right?
Yeah.
Tell me that won't have some power for you. Right? Because you had to go do something whacked.
I mean, I've never actually tried to do anything like that, but I'm sure that probably have some power to it.
It wouldn't be hard to get away with. You know, you just go into a Catholic temple where it has the spell, you know, the prayer candles, the spell candles, and just nab one. You know, people put prayers up there. Just nab one when nobody's.
I mean, hey, prayers in themselves are a type of spell work.
Of course they are. That's why we did the beginning of the last. Don't you dare say that the prayers we do are spells. Now you take this candle here and you put a cross on it. The sigil of Christ.
I fucking
COVID thing. Oh,
and you know what? The power of the Lord within you.
Not to fucking suck your dick or anything, but it is your fucking channel, so whatever. I fucking love how you had a thing with the Triforce all fucking ready to go. Just fucking. Oh, well, this represents the Trinity. Let me tell you what.
Well, you know, I cheated a little bit because that's true. If you look it up, the Triforce is actually based on, I forget the culture, but it's actually based on a religious origin. It's not, and it is basically a trinity of spirituality for sure. You know, maybe that's why I like Trinities, is because Legend of Zelda was my favorite game growing up, and I just loved the Triforce so much.
It's still one of my favorite series now.
See, I don't like the new ones. I like the first 3. I liked the ones on the NES and the first Super Nintendo one. I didn't like
the second one.
Everything after Nintendo 64.
Oh wow, look at that! His subscribers.
You didn't like Majora's Mask?
They did. What's that? No, I didn't. I mean, I will admit, I like the latest one, fucking Breath of the
Wild.
Wild. But I liked it because it's got the vibe of the first one. It's got that fairy tale fantasy feel until you start getting to know the world, and you're like, what are these like bird dudes flying around? Why does everybody look like stupid with like ridiculous faces and like noses, and like it's all stupid looking, and I don't like it as much. But I loved the original because the original reminded me of a real fantasy fairy tale. It had a very much, if you've ever watched the original movie Legend with Tim Curry, it reminded me of that movie mixed with like, I don't know, a bunch of other stuff. And it was like Excalibur and Legend mixed together. It was like great. You had to go get the magic sword, and it was a very serious fantasy. And then by the time you get to the Super Nintendo version, the silliness is starting to creep in. And then by the time you hit the Nintendo 64 version, it's just all silly all the time. And then forget it, Twilight Princess, like I remember loving the first hour, and then once I got to the dude with the giant cannon that looked like my uncle, it was really goofy looking, I'm like, I'm done. I just can't play this anymore. I'm done. Like I have to literally get myself shot out of a cannon to go to the desert. This is dumb. I can't do it. So
But I like
maybe I just
a cannon to go to the desert. And
I guess I'm lacking that millennial Zennial Z mentality where that stuff's cool. To me, it's just not
Rondo
it's not
Valley
cool
is
to me.
the name of the desert, by the way.
That's true. He's like, by the way.
It's a good thing we don't have my ex on here right now, because he would fucking pull you apart with the Zelda shit. Oh my god. I have never
Why?
seen
I
anybody-
love that. I just don't like.
Thorne?
Oh no,
No, he'd
Thorne.
pull me apart.
Yeah, he knows from interacting with him for the years. Just, oh man, I have never met anybody as into Zelda as that dude was.
No, that's true. But I'm a classic Zelda fan. It's like liking the old Star Trek versus like, I don't know, Voyager or something. Like I like the Captain Kirk era Star Trek the best, and I like classic Zelda more than I like contemporary Zelda.
Man,
by a
I
lot.
like both the old stuff as well as the more modern stuff. Can't go
Hey,
wrong
oh.
with either or.
I mean,
Ask me.
well, I find it ironic because people today don't like the original as much because
Really?
obviously it was like, it's like arcade. It's not like I like to me the original will always be the best one, but I can understand because of the graphics and the gameplay is simplistic by comparison
But I
to
like
today's
the old
games.
school 8-bit style graphics, so.
Me too. Yeah. I mean, I never beat the second one and I refuse to try, but I
Well,
loved
the
playing the
Adventures of
second
Link,
one.
that one was fucking hard.
That one's
fucking
hard.
game.
It's that's like you might as well cheat level hard. That was fucking hard, especially the final bosses. Like I couldn't even get.
have to fucking
I think I got to
fight
the
Shadow
dragon
Link
once.
At the very end of the Adventures of Link. God damn.
I mean, you basically have to cheat to beat him. Like you basically have to
Yeah.
go in the bottom corner and just like
Kind of crouch down and just do this, jab him
yeah.
until he dies.
If you try to fight him, you'll lose, which is actually really true about shadows, isn't it? If you actually try to fight the shadow, you'll lose. You got to cheat.
Oh, mind
I'll be
blown.
back 1 second. I'm gonna go get my juice for my vape.
There-
Yeah, but you guys are
Oh
all
man, we got 3 vapists out of 4 on the stream. Thorne, you need to get on that vape life.
Do you see how much smoke I've got going on right now? I don't need
Hey,
to vape. I'm
hey,
giving
no.
myself lung cancer like I'm a
You don't
smoker.
understand. Fuck the
Right,
smoke.
I'm back.
It's all about Vape Nation. Vape Nation, dog.
No, I'm not gonna do. Do they have vape that's like not nicotine anymore? I think
Yeah,
maybe I'll
no,
try
dude,
that. I
dude,
don't,
they've had that
yeah.
for years.
I'll get some
Oh my God,
popcorn
you
lung.
don't get on
milligrams,
it.
which is literally just like just pure juice without nicotine in it. Me
Yeah.
personally,
I don't.
think
What's the
with
point
6,
though?
I mean, what?
Like why would I though?
What the point
what's the benefit?
is you can put mugwort into that vape juice and you can use it ritualistically to summon things.
I mean,
Okay, my penis just got a little erect. I'm not gonna lie.
Where's-
It
where's
just got a
Jen?
little erect.
normal.
Right? We need Jen now.
6 milligrams
Imagine.
Well,
in it.
well, they did just legalize it here in New York, so theoretically,
They need to legalize in South Carolina. That's all I'm saying.
it's like as soon as I want to move from New York, it's all legal here now. Like I still want to go to like Oregon because like that's where everything's legal. So
Ooh, Patchwork. I don't know if you just outed yourself as being from South Carolina. I am so sorry. I was there once and I got eaten the fuck alive by mosquitoes.
I don't know,
Dude, it
dude. They're
fucking
bad
sucks,
down there, but
hey.
you ain't had.
Fucking trench coat, man. All year round.
Oh fuck
It
yeah!
gets
Just
hot as
make
You
sure
know,
to
we
check
had-
it.
Keeps the mosquitoes away.
You know, Maine and upstate New York, if you go up there during fly season, you're going to wish you had mosquitoes, because we had guys escape from prison in upstate New York, and they thought they'd be fine. They're like, we'll just live in the woods for a while. Well, they escaped right around May, right when the fly season starts, when they're at their worst, all the biting flies. They literally ended up in the hospital. They had to turn themselves in. They almost died from all the fly bites.
God damn.
We just got Bigfoots.
Fly Furby says, do you even vape mugwort, bro? And he says, ooh, ooh, ooh.
I vape sage, bro. Get on my level. Yeah.
I've vape mugwort before, but that's something I need to try now.
You know, I don't know, man.
That's something I need to try. See how that goes. I'd have to report back to you guys. Be like, hey, so this, and this happened.
I mean, I don't want to give you guys any conversation that's going to get my channel, channel taken down. But I will say that if you practice Zen meditative breathing, especially like the proper deep breathing with the high rate of the proper breathing to really oxygenate, and you're also getting nitriosis, because I don't want to say anything too much on YouTube, you will get so fucked up, that's basically what the world will be doing, is what Flesh Police is doing. You just won't care. Someone come along with the battle axe and be like, I'm putting this in your soul, and you're like, that's fucking awesome, dude. Go for it.
Don't listen to this prude, kids. Fucking do psychedelics and hail Satan, am I right? Yeah.
Careful, man, careful. This has been a parody by the DH Thorne channel, Miss Wojcicki.
Yeah, no, this is comedy.
This is the comedy hour. You passed the serious.
That brings me around to something that I
forgot
about. When this
so it looks like my incense is running down. So I could keep going all night. We should call up EA and be like, join us.
Yeah.
We got to get going.
Yeah, let's do it.
Fleshy, I assume you've got work tomorrow, and if not, what the fuck, man? You always make me feel like you got work the next day.
I do got.
So I don't know who's going to be down for what.
We'll start wrapping it up.
We'll start. Oh, you don't have work tomorrow? Oh fuck!
No,
all right, let me go get my dinner.
Tomorrow.
Oh, you do have work tomorrow.
I always have work, even when I don't have work.
I don't pass out until like 5 in the morning, so yeah, let's fucking do this.
I know. Yeah, that's where I'm at. So, Eddie, I want to thank you for joining us. Patchwork, I want to thank you for joining us. And I also want to remind people to go to Adam Knox's channel and all his info. Check it out in the pinned comment. The guy's a total gentleman. So far, I like the guy a lot. He's a cool dude. If you want to support my work and you want to get some cool shit, Eddie, show him the t-shirt. Sorry, Eddie.
Hold on, no, bring me up too. DH, tag me in, bro. Tag me in.
Oh, fuck. I got one of
Oh!
Well, actually, I got one that's going to supersede yours coming out.
Tag me in.
Yeah, look at that. Look at those muscles flex as my shirt goes up and down on his body. Wait, that's kind of sexual. So we got that, and we also... I also have... Where is it? That's not it. That's not
shit.
It. Where the fuck are you? Is this it? No, that's not it. That's not it. Where is it? There it is. Boop, boop. So up on my Teespring is a new tapestry based on the design that you see on your screen. I will be getting mine tomorrow. It's coming early, so it should be there for my next video or my next live stream, whichever comes first. So if you want to grab one while they're hot, that's my new tapestry. It's a big size, just like the one that's over here next to me now. It'll be awesome adorning your temple, and it will help me out a lot. Or, of course, there's all my books. There's my Patreon if you wish to participate in my Monday class, which is a lot more serious and a lot more intellectual. And if you can't attend the class, you can watch the videos after I put them for anyone who subscribes to that Patreon tier. It's only $20 a month, which is basically for free if you ask me, compared to what most people would charge for this. So the more people that join, the better. So check it out, and it's a cool class, and we have it every Monday from 3 to 5. Otherwise, you can, of course, just donate to my work however you see fit. Join me on Discord, and, of course, don't forget to just be awesome to everyone. There, that's it.
Fuck yeah. And you know what? I fucking ordered one of those tapestries because Eddie made me feel all insignificant having not.
What'd you do that for? You're not rich, motherfucker.
And you know what?
Yeah,
go
use that, Shane.
Go and get those books off Amazon. Oh wait, that's not No, I'm sorry. That's just the book that contains aerials, like we were talking about earlier.
Oh, badass. Well, this is one of them.
Go. Oh, my
Become the
fucking thing
Maelstrom.
doesn't ever show up with this lighting, but it has Camilla's hand, so that's cool. You can see that
it is
at
cool.
least. Fucking you and your fucking.
But actually, I think a
on
lot of
black.
people, for some reason, even though I feel like Become the Maelstrom is my real book, this is the one a lot of people know me by, which is Shadownomicon. So, yeah, that's
Also
some
a
Shadow people
fantastic
stuff. You know
book.
what, Flesh? You know what, Flesh? We really got to do a Shadownomicon conversation again soon.
Oh man, you know what? I want to. So I know fuck all about shadows. I know some shit about shadow work, but here's my thing. This will be our covenant. When we do,
We don't do that. We're left hand.
This will be our left hand covenant. When we do the shadow talk, I fucking want to get on either callers who have stories about shadows. Fucking guys, call in. I want to hear your fucking stories. That's my favorite parts. Or have people message me so I could read out stories or questions.
That's even better.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people don't want to call in. So let's do this on Discord. Let's put up a call to arms for people. I'll put it on the YouTube stream. People send us your on the YouTube, you can put a post up, not just videos. I'll put a post up. Be like, send us your fucking shadow people stuff. And we'll try to get it all through Discord. This way, then again, having them emailed might be good. Maybe if everybody emails them to me.
Dude, I'll put you can use my email for that. I'll field all of it. fleshpriest@protonmail.com. Fucking.
So put that on Discord somewhere, and I'll put it up in the post on YouTube, and I'll make it public so everyone can send you the pictures of their dick and shit. And we'll talk about shadow. I think shadows next week as a tentative plan. This week coming up or the one after would be a good time to talk about shadow people for sure.
Okay, fuck yeah. No, I'm down.
Because it's been a while. I need to honor the darkness. I haven't done it. I'll put my Legion back up.
Fuck yeah.
Ghost to Ghost AM with that shit.
Hell yeah.
Fuck
yeah. Take down that naughty Lucifer. Bring back the shadows, yo.
Sometimes I gotta give this motherfucker a rest because I get sick of being like a badass individualist and I want to be like a weird ass fucking other thing instead, you know? So it's kind of like other kin, but I'm an other thing. It's like, anyway.
I am the third gender.
Hellspawn says, you guys are fun and nutty group. Bunch of goofballs. Oh man, that's a Gen X kind of insult. You're a bunch of goofballs.
Oh damn, it's like he's getting to know us. Oh fuck.
Oh shit. They know us. Now we gotta change everything. Oh, we like Hellspine. Hellspine's cool.
And you know what? I am he says you guys are a fun and nutty group, bunch of goofballs. I'm gonna fucking extend that to everybody. Not only, Patrick and Eddie who are here, but fucking everybody who's here.
Everybody who survived this far.
Yeah, we're pretty great.
Yeah. I fucking agree. Yeah, no. I fucking what did you say earlier, DH? The Clan of Misfit Toys or something like that?
Yeah, like from that old Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer movie, the Island of Misfit Toys. That's like I'm one of the kings of that island, man. That's all it is. Like we're all misfit broken motherfuckers here.
Yeah, no.
You know who you guys should check out if you still want to talk magic? Check out, I don't know. I want to get him on my channel at some point, but he's like really cool, but he never responds when I ask him about that. Like he doesn't seek it, you know what I mean? Travis Magus, he's still running right now, and he's actually doing.
He's a cool guy.
He's a really cool guy. He's still doing, and I get nothing out of him. Like he doesn't like. I just endorse him because he's a cool dude. Check out. He still runs this late with his. He runs like an 8-hour live stream, like almost every other day lately. Dude. He's killing it. I don't know what the fuck his deal is, but yeah, give him a little love. He puts out some big streams. So, all right, guys, my voice is going. I got to get a salad in me before I go to bed. I'm going to be up for another 4 hours, but if there's nothing else, I'm going to say goodbye. So let's get that goodbye going. And Eddie, I'll be seeing you either tomorrow or Saturday. Same thing with you, Fleshy. So we'll have some fun. So let's hear it.
So, all you motherfuckers hail, and I love everybody in this community, all of you all. I don't need no goddamn foggy night to appreciate all of your Rudolph the Red Noses. I can see your brightness shining through, and I love all of you. And tell your friends, warn your fucking enemies.
And never take yourself as seriously as your enemies do.
Mind the shadows. Peace, bitches!
All right, what do you say, Eddie and Patchy? Sorry, I stopped streaming. You can say anything you want. You can talk about anything you want. I stopped the stream. Go ahead, say what you want.
Basically what he's trying to say is hail yourself and don't take shit from no one.
That's right, except for yourself. Take shit from yourself, because that's you got to. Like otherwise, you're gonna go. All right, guys, have a good one.